Hello, and welcome to this, our 228th live stream, the ABR Boogie. We, of course, did a Monday video talking about the various views of the dating of the Exodus. And, of course, ABR's name came up a few times, and we called that a dance card because there's so many options. So we're going to be picking out a particular dance, which is the ABR Boogie. Okay? Okay. That's a wonderful name for a live stream. One piece of channel business, in case you guys hadn't heard. All the Stars as Angels, our second work of fiction, hit number 18 on the robots, androids, and artificial intelligence bestseller list on Amazon. Now, in case you are not aware, I wouldn't expect you to be, that's a big deal because it's a category that's been dominated by Martha Wells like forever. You know, she wrote the Murderbot series, and breaking into that list is really hard. Really, really hard. So, the fact that All the Stars as Angels has hit not just the top 100, but the top 20 is a really, really great thing. Now, it might have dropped a little bit since, but the fact that it hit number 18 this week is just fantastic news. Fantastic news, and we owe you the thanks for that. You're the guys who have been buying the book, you've been giving it reviews on Amazon, and if you haven't written a review on it, please do so. That really does help. But we're grateful for your support of the fiction project. And the reason why this is so important, and there was actually a book written on this called Pop Culture Heretic that discusses that we don't get our morality from our teachers or our parents. We get it from fiction. We get it from the entertainment we consume. So our interaction with fiction and with the arts plays an integral role in shaping the culture of our society. So we think that this is a very, very important and vital ministry. So this is not just a vanity project. This is just, we think that this is going to shape our culture in years to come. So this is why we think this is important. And if our book gets some traction, all the better. All right? So again, we want to thank everyone who helped us hit that number 18 spot. We're so grateful to you guys. You guys are the best. Okay. Just don't make the bread like sloppy. Well, I try not to make bread like sloppy. Okay, so we're going to get on to the questions here. And the questions, channel rules are the same as always. Super chats have priority. You guys all know that. Non-super chat questions should begin with a Q and a colon, and if they don't, we don't see them. We don't look for anything else. Okay? Only post your non-super chat questions once. Otherwise, your question will be disqualified for the night. If it's something from the Bible, please give us some context. So we're going to need what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. That just saves us a whole lot of time and helps us to answer your question. You may sponsor super chat, non-super chats with super chats, but we ask that you copy the question into the super chat. Again, that saves us time, and saving us time means we don't have to hunt for things, and that means no dead air. And finally, we ask that you only put one question per chat. That way, we don't get question stacking, and that's just fair to everybody who's put in a question. All right, so let's get into the questions. I'm going to start tonight here with uh, 3 non-super chats. The first one, get that off here, is from Golden Win, and asks an interesting philosophical question. Could AI with sufficient complexity develop a soul? And my thoughts on this are, yeah, why not? Why can't they? Here's the thing. The idea of a soul, which is just more or less a very complicated spirit, isn't something distinct to humans. Okay? It's angels have a spirit. Animals have spirits. Human beings have spirits. Now, there's a question of whether a human being has a spirit and a soul, or if the spirit is just another name for, or a soul is just another name for the spirit. So that's a debate, and we're not going to get into that. But yes, Dawson, your cat has a soul, and it's going to hell, because all cat souls go to hell. Cats are evil. Oh no, he's so nice though. I think it's a theological thing. Oh, bunnies are all bunnies are good. All bunnies are inherently good. They're all going to heaven. Darkblade, where do Russian ghost hamsters go? Oh, straight to the bottom of the inferno. Those things are just evil. Just evil. Cats are reprobate, but Russian hamsters, they're total pure evil. So, no, seriously, though, I can't see any reason why a sufficiently complex AI, especially one capable of moral reasoning, that seems to be a huge portion of this. If it can do moral reasoning, then it seems to be qualified for preservation. So if it's something that can do moral reasoning, like a plant would not be does not have a spirit. It's not capable of moral reasoning. It's not capable of making decisions, as it were. It just grows. So I think that in a soul, having a spirit is not exclusive to biological life. In fact, we know it's not exclusive to biological life. Angels are spirits. They're not biological life. They're spirit critters. They have complexity in their own way, but they're not biological. Not by a long shot. The whole question of whether plants can feel pain is hotly debated. Those tests, especially the ones in the 1970s that were done to see if plants can respond to emotion, music, pain, that sort of thing, all have been not reproducible. So it's all sort of unreproducible results. So there's no evidence that plants feel pain or have moral reasoning or have a spirit and as such. Harry Stark says, isn't there that bug-eating plant? Oh, yeah. Tons of them. In fact, I used to have one of the largest collections of carnivorous plants in Canada. This was before I went off and did my PhD. I had 50 species of carnivorous plants. I used to collect them. So I know all about carnivorous plants. So it was but they had motion, but it was all how to say this? Um phytochemical locomotion. So of course you did. Oh yeah, I could wax eloquent on carnivorous plants if you want. I mean, it's just oh yeah, we had large Northiana, Nepenthes, we had Sarracenias, we had Drosera, which are the sundews. Uh, my favorite were the Utricularia, which were the bladderworts. Um, had a few other strange oddities as well. Uh, BC Dr. Falk's biography would be an encyclopedia. Nah, I don't know about that, but Dossman, ancient Egypt in the Bible, and like a million other things. Someone update Falkopedia. I don't even have a wiki page. No one cares enough. Yeah, there'd be too many idiots getting in there and doing stuff, so. But no, I don't think carnivorous plants, as much as I love them, I really, really like carnivorous plants. They are among my favorite kinds of plants. Uh, they are not, I don't think they have a spirit. All right. So, so yeah, absolutely. I think if an AI that is sufficiently complex and has moral reasoning could develop something worth preserving. And if it's worth preserving in the eyes of God, then it can have a spirit. So, because here's the thing, God determines what has a spirit and what doesn't. We don't determine it. And it's not something that's necessarily emergent with biology. So, given that it's not necessarily emergent with biology, but it is something that is seen as being a spirit in the eyes of God, yeah, sure, absolutely. An AI could have, with sufficient complexity, could develop a soul. There's nothing preventing it. So anyway, I hope that helped. That was a great question and an interesting one, and a very philosophical one too. All right, next one here is from Harry Stark. Was Oregon a universalist? That's a debated point. A lot of people think he was. I personally don't. I think he was sort of in that area of hopeful universalist. I don't think Oregon really believed everyone was going to be saved, but that he hoped everyone would be saved. There's a lot of those people out there. There's a lot of hopeful universalists that are not universalists in absolute terms. They don't believe that everyone will be saved, but that the possibility exists that everyone could be saved. And I think Oregon fits in that category of the hopeful universalist. I don't think he was an actual universalist. Ryan Cohen Camp. Shouldn't we all be hopeful universalists? Well, yeah, yeah, we should be hopeful universalists. But then it comes down to the question of, is it a true position that universalism is going to be? And then you've got to be, no, 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 it ain't going to work. Universalism doesn't work ultimately. But so anyway, um, it'd be nice if universalism was that eventually all would bend the knee to Christ, but all won't. All won't. And all those who won't will be sent off on their own. Big Destiny, can you define universalism? Sure. Universalism is the belief that every person will be saved and that they will repent to Jesus Christ. Everyone. Everyone from the Pope right down to the guy with the German socialist with the funny mustache. Okay? Universalists believe that the worst of the National Socialist people or Workers' Party will be saved. Okay? So, that's universalism in a nutshell. Everyone eventually comes to Christ whether or not they want to. Yeah, they believe that Austrian painter guy is going to be saved. And I don't see it. Honestly, I don't. So I'm not a universalist myself. I believe in passive eternal conscious torment. I think that is the most biblically correct decision. And frankly, my wishes on this don't play a part in determination. It's what does the scriptures teach? And I think the scriptures are quite clear that there is an eternal punishment for the unredeemed. So okay. So next one. Next one is going to be from Mike JSB. And since we're doing the ABR Boogie here, what better than a question about Scott Stripling? Mike asks, how would you address Stripling's claims about Shiloh, specifically his associating the faunal remains and late Bronze 2A pottery from the Favasa with an Israelite occupation? Okay. There's several issues with that, not the least of which is Scott's reporting. Now, we have to keep in mind here that Scott has not published his findings from Shiloh. It's really, really hard to address a claim that's not properly published. And this is a beef I've always had with Scott, is the dude doesn't publish his results. Proto paper. Oh, Ryan. Yeah, proto paper, yeah. Tui says, field reports or it didn't happen. Yeah. Field reports or it didn't happen. And that's where we're like. That's where we're at with Scott. He hasn't published his results. He keeps saying he's going to publish them. He doesn't. So it's really hard to comment on any of his claims. He'll go and do 100 talks, but never actually get a field report published. Danny Demand, I wonder why he does this. Ryan, trust me, bro. Oh yeah, and it's even worse than that. Because it's not just trust me, bro. If you start questioning his claims because he hasn't published any of this, he starts accusing you of not being in the faith. Because I question his claims, and he'll just go, well, that Falk guy, you can't trust him. I don't find him trustworthy. I'm not even sure he's saved. That's direct quote, by the way. Slamaran says, first they have to clean up all the moolah from those who do not know any better. Yeah, there's definitely a money incentive there. It's why they never back down. It's why they never back down on any of their claims. They still haven't backed down on their claims of Jericho, and that's been long disproven. That was disproven in the 1990s, and they're still many times doubling down on the so-called typology of Bryant Wood, basically claiming that the destruction of City Fort Jericho dates to 1400. Still doubling down on that. So yeah. So Stripling is not a universalist. No. No, he's not a universalist.
He's one of those ones.
Yeah. Scott Stripling thinks that heaven is a pretty small place. Very, very small place, and not many people are getting in. So, yeah. Okay. So, again, you can't really respond to this until you see the reports. Because here's the thing. One of the things that Stripling has done in the past is he has misdated pottery to make it fit his ideology. He did that at Mount Ebel. Like, he found four kinds of pottery that he said were late bronze 1A. And, you start, and he cited his sources, and you look up the sources, and the sources basically don't confirm what he's saying. So he'll fudge sources. I mean, he'll fudge them so much, it's like death from chocolate. Death by chocolate. That's how much he fudges his sources. By the way, I am really hungry and really tired, so I'm going to be triggered by anything that regarding food tonight. So, just giving you a heads up. So yeah, we can't trust Scott to quote sources correctly. We can't trust Stripling to accurately report his findings. Like, for example, his reporting of the findings at Tel Maktir were disgraceful. So it's just like Darkblade, the ABR Creed, or the ABR Boogie. I believe in one God, the 1446 BC Almighty, maker of heaven and earth. That's what it is. They've turned a minor debate over a date into a salvific issue. That's a real problem. If you're elevating basically a minor academic chronological debate to an issue of salvation, that tells me something about your theology. And that's not a compliment. It's not a compliment. So, oh boy. So anyway, let's move on to the super chats here, because that's all I'm going to say about Scott Stripling's claims about Shiloh. I don't trust them. Nobody has any reason to trust him. He hasn't published them, and he fudges his data. Next time you go to a conference with him, you should bring him some fudge. Fudge is too good for him. Okay. First super chat of the night here is from Say Shibboleth for $5 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. How did Moses' brother Aaron survive the killing of the boys in Egypt? Seems like if Moses was in danger, Aaron would have been as well. Okay. Here is Tossman. Fudge is great. Bring him some poorly baked bread. Hey, I'm not like Sloppy. I make good bread. We had Southern biscuits tonight. They were very, We went off keto tonight and had Southern biscuits, and they were scrummy, really scrummy. Okay. Ooh, Ryan, that's the yeast you could do. Ouch. Okay, getting back to Say Shibboleth's question here. How did Moses, his brother Aaron, survive the killing of the boys in Egypt? Seems as if Moses was in danger. If Moses was in danger, Aaron would have been as well. Okay, here's the difference. The difference was 3 years. Aaron is 3 years older than Moses. Okay? So by the time the edict came from Pharaoh to start killing the children, Aaron was already beyond that point of being, say, a infant. Now, here's the thing. Back then in the late Bronze Age, and most of antiquity, infant mortality was at about 50%. That's 1 out of 2 children dying just from some postnatal infection. That's a high number. Okay? So back then, if some potentate wanted to kill children, nobody was really going to put their life on the line to protect somebody whose life was more or less a coin flip. There was no guarantee that that child was going to survive to a second birthday. So the problem here is going to be that if Pharaoh starts killing off 3-year-olds and 6-year-olds and 18-year-olds, oh yeah, you're going to get the population uprising. You're going to get an uprising over that. They'll stand by and they'll watch their infants be killed, because again, it's a coin flip whether or not they live or die. But people that already are alive and are sort of walking around, yeah, you get a really different response here. So Aaron wasn't in danger because he was already too old. He was already 3. So, and we don't know exactly when that was, but it was probably began that this issue of killing baby boys probably happened in the first year of King I. So, at that point, Aaron is already 3. He's sort of beyond the threshold of being in danger. And that's probably how he survived this. So, I hope that helped. Harry Stark asks, when Moses saw the burning bush, was Moses an old man or a young man? He would have been an old man at that point because he's sent right back to Egypt. So he probably would have been in his, I would say, in his 60s at the time. So I don't think he left Egypt when he was 40. I think he was less under the age of 20 at the time. He left for Midian for about 40-ish years, and he comes back in his late 50s, early 60s. So he'd be about my age. Ooh, I feel so old. Darkblade asks, so Aaron was probably born, I think he means late in the reign of Tutankhamun. Is that correct? Yeah, that'd be correct. He would have been probably born in year 7-ish. So sometime around year 7 of the reign of Tutankhamun. So that would be correct. That's when Aaron would be born. And then Moses would have been born in the first year of King I, as we can best figure this out. So, yeah, absolutely. So anyway, say Shibboleth. I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Big destiny. You're never too old to start an uprising. Well, it started off as a labor dispute, but it certainly ended up being something else. Okay, next super chat here is from Big Destiny for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. It seems like God has established hierarchies through his creation. Angels and archangels, men over animals, and some animals over others. What makes one creation more valuable than another in God's eyes? Thank you, Dr. Falk. Well, you're welcome. I don't think that one creation is necessarily more valuable, even if there's hierarchies. Hierarchies don't convey value, they convey order. And it is clear that God has an ordered creation. But that doesn't make one creation more valuable than the other. God's a God who loves to create. God loves to be in community. Because he loves being in community, he creates all over the place. But not willy-nilly and not capriciously. So, I don't think it's a matter of one creation being more valuable, but I think it's a matter of, because I think God loves his spirit critter children just as much as he loves humans. The difference is his spirit critter children are already on his side. Whereas humans, it's a 50-50 proposition. So, yeah.
With animals.
Yeah, God is in covenant with animals. I mean, animals are part of the Noahic covenant. God is in covenant with animals. God is in covenant with people. And God has a covenant with his spirit critters, too. So yeah. So I don't think it's a matter of one being more valuable than the other. And I don't think you could even assume that there's a value proposition there. But I think it is more of a matter that there is hierarchy and there is order within creation. So, hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Blessings, Falk family. Well, blessings to you too. Glad you're giving us more of your time. Question. Well, I mean, it's Friday. This is where I am every week. This is how I say culture, basically, so I don't have to keep answering unrelated questions on the channel chats. I do this every Friday, so we advise people to come in and give us our questions here, so we have the opportunity for everyone to benefit from them. So this is a public service as much as anything. Okay, his question is it likely that Aaron's sons are in the kingdom after the sacrifice of Leviticus 16:1, 16-6? Okay, let's look at that. Okay, Leviticus, and I think I know which one is this pericope this is talking about here. Okay, and the text reads, "Now the Lord spoke to Moses after the death of the two sons of Aaron, when they had approached the presence of the Lord and died. And the Lord said to Moses, tell your brother Aaron that he shall not enter at any time into the holy place inside the veil before the mercy seat which is on the ark, lest he die. For I will appear in the cloud over the mercy seat. And Aaron shall enter the holy place with a bull for a sin offering and a ram for a burnt offering. He shall put on the holy linen tunic, and the linen undergarments shall be next to his body, and he shall be girded with the linen sash and attired with the linen turban of these holy garments. And he shall bathe his body in water and put them on. And he shall take from the congregation of the sons of Israel 2 male goats for a sin offering, 1 ram for a burnt offering. Then Aaron shall offer the bull for the sin offering, which is for himself, that he may make atonement for himself and his household." Okay. The question of Aaron's sons, whether or not they were saved, is a difficult one. Now, the problem with Aaron's sons were they didn't follow the Lord's teachings. They basically did things their own way. So the problem is, if you worship God, you've got to worship him God's way. So when you've got a couple of basically young punks who were flippant about the things of God, the chances of them making it into the kingdom, probably pretty small. But Aaron still has to make atonement for his entire household, because there's an aspect of communal guilt here. The thing is that when Aaron's sons sinned, they sinned with their father's knowledge. The father knew that his sons were not doing things the right way, but he just let them do it. Okay? So there's an issue there as to whether Aaron's sons, the two that were killed by the heavenly fire, whether they were saved. But Aaron had other sons too. So it was important to, after the fact, after his first two sons were turned into crispy critters, the rest of the household had to have an atonement made for itself, so they could continue on as being priests. So I don't think it's terribly likely that his other two sons are in the kingdom, but it does remind us that the priestly service is a serious thing. It's a serious thing. God took it seriously. And when you treated it flippantly, one did sometimes bring down judgment upon yourself. So, yeah. So, yeah. The Haystack says, reminds me of a certain high priest who took in Samuel. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Eli's household were wicked men. So absolutely, it's one of those things where just because an atonement was done for the household doesn't mean that this is retroactive upon his disobedient sons as well. So, Striding Hermit, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat, very much appreciated. But is this a place where we can speculate? We don't know for sure, but it seems likely, given his son's flippancy towards the things of God, that they probably were not good men and they were probably not saved. All right, Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, as I am poorly churched, I must ask, what is the process to become a pastor? I won't ever be one, but I am curious. Okay. Every denomination has its own sort of rules and regulations, what we call church polity, for ordaining ministers. And basically, this is what we call, when someone is consecrated to become a pastor, we call that an ordination. Okay. Now, the process is generally this, although a lot of this has been sort of, how do I say this? Not as closely adhered to as it once was. It used to be that you would have to go to school and take a degree in pastoral ministry, and that degree is normally three-ish years. It's usually a little more than 3 years. Okay? Once you have that ministry education, your church then goes through the ordination process. And the way that works, typically, not every denomination does this, but typically, you start serving basically as a provisional pastor. Okay? So you start serving as a provisional pastor. So you're allowed to do everything a pastor does, but you're not ordained. This is what's technically called a licensure. Okay? You've got a license. You've got a license to be a pastor, but you're not ordained yet. Because here's the thing. And ordination is generally irrevocable unless you really mess it up. So, you serve for a little while with your licensure. And what normally happens is your local district or your diocese or whatever you are sends you to the worst congregation they can think of. Okay? This is how it works in the real world. You, after your seminary education, you go to the placement office and they stick you in the worst place they can imagine to send you. Yes. Yeah. So they're going to send you to the absolute nastiest, most infighting, most bickering congregation they can find for you. Okay? And if you survive 3 years of that, then they'll send you to another congregation, and at that point, you apply for the ordination process. And the ordination process is typically you write an essay of saying, discussing your fitness, your theology, your calling to be an ordained minister. That essay is presented to an ordination board, who basically gives the thumbs up or thumbs down, and then that ordination board formally ordains you. At that point, you're an ordained minister. Patui says, can confirm, received a call to the worst place imaginable. We lost senior pastors. Send us a 20-something. That'll fix everything, right? Yeah, and then they wonder why they lose good ministers. I mean, it's basically a trial by fire. Ordination is a trial by fire. I don't think that's the way it should be. But Patui's right here. This is how placement boards think. They go, they basically say, okay, let's send this guy to the worst place imaginable. If he's humble, he'll survive. And I've heard, placement committees do this. They'll talk about, well, we don't want our new pastors to get swelled heads, so let's stick them in the gulag. Oh, and they'll even come out and say that. They're not shy about this. Okay? They will tell you outright that they're going to send you to the nastiest, smallest congregation on the planet. Some congregation that has 6 people that can't go a single Sunday without ripping each other's hair out. And then they'll say, well, you're going to have this congregation, 6-person congregation, hasn't tithed in years, so forget any help. So because this is in some remote farming community in the middle of nowhere, good luck getting a day job. But you're going to have to, because you can't support yourself for 3 years. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we've seen, pastors who've tried to make their way through ordination, and it's frightening. Haystack says, see how you perform in all 7 churches Paul wrote to. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But somehow, these placement boards just expect you to survive on nothing at all. No support. No guidance in dealing with difficult congregations. No financial support. And if you don't make it those 3 years, you don't get your ordination. So that's the process of ordination. It's pretty ugly, you know, and this is one of the reasons why we have them in many ways. The pastorates we do, they're the ones who could duck their head low enough that they could survive the ordination process. It's not that they're talented preachers. It's not that they're good pastors even necessarily. But they could duck their head long enough that it doesn't get lopped off by their own congregants. So it's pretty ugly. It's pretty ugly. Darkblade sends the tryout pastor to an Egyptian diplomat's office. Yeah, about like that. Haystack goes, sounds a little like the mission. Paid my own way, but 2 years full time. I went to a full spectrum of areas. Worse. Worse. First of all, it's 3 years. I mean, it's not as restrictive as a Mormon mission. Mormon missions are incredibly restrictive. So, you know, I know that Mormon missionaries can't hold a day job while they're doing their mission. In the case of a ordination, a lot of them expect their ministers to hold day jobs. And then, on Sunday, fight with a bickering congregation. It's really awful. The whole process of ordination is really, really awful for a lot of ministers. And a lot of seminarians ultimately choose not to get ordained because they don't want to go through that. I mean, I knew a guy they kept trying to send him to these horrible little bickering congregations and just refused to go. Yeah, and consequently, he's not a pastor, so... I mean, there's a reason I didn't go through it. Okay. Well, they wouldn't have taken us anyway because we didn't have kids, but that's another matter. All right. Striding Hermit says, for $5, thank you for the super chat. Have you seen more people struggle with the book of Numbers or Deuteronomy? Oddly enough, Numbers is the easier book, but I see more people struggle with Numbers. And I think it's more of a perception thing than it is the actual content. People look at Numbers and they think it's just genealogies. Because you got 2 genealogies, one at the beginning, one at the end. So they start with the book of Numbers, they see some genealogies, and they go, oh, it's nothing but genealogies. And they drop the book, essentially. So I don't... But when you start getting into the meat of Numbers, it's a really interesting book. It's a really interesting book. I think after doing an Exodus commentary, I would like to do a Numbers commentary. Numbers is a really interesting book. It's got a lot of complexity. It's got a lot of interesting stuff going on. There's a lot of ancient Near Eastern overlaps. It's an incredibly interesting book. So, yeah. Tui says, Numbers is super cool. Doofy magician drama, miracles, ancient sarcasm, sign me up. Oh yeah, it's a great book. But people have a bad perception of it. It's got an image problem. Numbers has an image problem. So people struggle with that because they don't understand what Numbers is doing. So Numbers is a great book. More people should study Numbers. It's an excellent book, but people struggle with it because of the perception. I blame math, probably. Yeah, Danny, I people don't like math. So math is lovely. Math is cool stuff. But I think when it comes to the actual content, I think people don't actually struggle with the content of Numbers as much as they struggle with the content of Deuteronomy. But for some reason, they're more willing to do it for Deuteronomy than they are for Numbers. And again, it's entirely a perception issue. So basically, the Book of Numbers needs better marketing, much better marketing. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for that super chat. Big Destiny for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Ecclesiastes 3:8. When is the time for war for a Christian? Okay, let's bring up the Bible. Ecclesiastes. Not to be confused with Ecclesiasticus. Yeah, that's something that I've always found very interesting. Did you know that Ecclesiasticus means little Ecclesiastes? But it's actually a longer book than Ecclesiastes. Like, I've always found that just super silly. Ecclesiastes, the small Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiasticus, the little Ecclesiastes. No, it's not. It's huge compared to Ecclesiastes. Okay. 3:8. Okay, we'll start at 3:6 here for giggles. A time to search and a time to give up as lost. A time to keep and a time to throw away. A time to tear apart and a time to sew together. A time to be silent and a time to speak. A time to love and a time to hate. A time for war and a time for peace. Okay. Now, when is it a time for war for a Christian? You're going to probably have to go back into just war theory for a fuller explanation of this, but essentially, if your country is attacked, that's the time for war. There is a completely justified time for a Christian to go and participate in a war. And I'm not saying that to my pacifist brothers that they aren't right to be pacifists. If God calls you to be a pacifist, then God bless you on that. But that is not necessarily a biblical mandate. That's an interpretive mandate. Okay? So I think that the time for war is essentially when your country is attacked. So there is a time for just combat when someone is going to attack your home, attack your family. That's a time for war. That's a self-defense thing. And there's nothing wrong with self-defense. When Jesus said to the disciples, to the apostles, that my time's short with you guys. So what you need to do is you need to sell a cloak and buy a sword. Now, the sword is I think it's called a Makarios. It's a defensive sword. It's a short sword. It's a sort of short sword that you would use to defend yourself. So there is biblical warrant for weapons for defensive purposes. So, Darkblade, and if an ally that you've treaty obligation to defend is attacked, that's a time for war. Yeah, absolutely. Because here's the thing: if your treaty, you've made a treaty promise. That's what a treaty is promise. It's a covenant. And these sort of defense covenants go way back in history. Many suzerain treaties were defense covenants. So, if your neighbor's unjustly attacked, yeah, you owe it, if you've made that covenant, to go defend them. So absolutely, it's one of those things where, yes, there are just times for war. Yeah, ego is not one of them. National pride is not a reason to go to war. Stealing other people's property and land is not a reason for war. Taking what you don't own. You know, there's and in the New Testament is written that the cause of war is because people want and ask not. So, big destiny. Interesting in that verse, Jesus mentions buying a sword. He mentions a specific kind of sword. Yeah, it is. Yep. Ryan asks. Yeah, and Ryan asks, is every war unjust for one side? That's a good question. But a lot of wars are unjust for one side. Now, there are times when wars happen when neither side is just. That happens too. You know, that happens very frequently, where both sides are doing it for unjust reasons. Okay? So that's entirely possible. It's less likely that both sides are unjust in a conflict. But because it's quite frankly it's hard for both sides to do war for noble reasons. You know, somebody is starting it. But so yeah. Yeah. So, you know, you do need to see past the propaganda to what is the actions and motivations of whatever side is going on. Like, it shouldn't be a surprise that to anyone right now that we are on a precipice of potential world conflict at the moment. The question is I mean, first of all, in the West here we have a NATO alliance where we promise to defend our neighbors against incursion. Okay? That's the NATO treaty. But right now, you've got a certain country sending aircraft illegally into the airspace of other countries. And then basically threatening if you shoot down that aircraft, it's all-out war. Well, that is a direct provocation under international law. So, would NATO be justified in shooting down that aircraft? Absolutely. Absolutely, NATO would be justified in shooting down that aircraft. There's no question. Their territorial sovereignty has been breached. And it has been breached to test the resolve of their sovereignty. So there's no issue about that being an unjustifiable act. Now, if that other country then responds after their provocation, that would make them an unjust combatant. So, yeah. Darkblade asks, was there a just side in the 1980s Iran-Iraq war? I don't think so, but I'm really not up on that conflict. As I best recall, both sides were trying to whack the other. So I don't think there was a just side on that one, but I'm not sure. I'm not up on the details of that. Andrew Graham goes, what can the Canadian forces do about it in their current condition? Laugh out loud. Oh, Canadian forces are spoiling for a fight. Yeah, they're look, here's the thing you got to understand about Canadian forces. They're not well equipped. They're not well supplied. But they are deviously creative, especially when it comes to the Geneva Suggestions. If you know anything about the history of Canadian warfare, oh boy, you do not want to fight the maple syrup people. They have never lost a war, and half of the Geneva Suggestions were written because of what Canadians did. Yeah, it's and besides, if they start arming the geese, oh yeah, that's a war crime all on its own. Yeah, it's Canadians. Canadian soldiers are very well trained. They're one of the few soldiers that are well adapted, well trained in cold weather climates. And they think outside the box. Yeah, you don't want to mess with them. Even Russians don't want to mess with them. Yeah, they don't want to mess with the maple syrup people. They don't. Nobody does. Because they're a little too eager. A little too eager to get into the fight. Danny Demand, I've been telling people they're all psychopaths up there for years, but no one believes me. Yeah. Gabe Reagan says Canadian military history during World War I is basically a list of war crimes. Yeah. But here's the thing. Their attitude, the Canadian, military's attitude is it's not a war crime the first time. Haystack hockey.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, want to start to crap each other with
Yeah, hockey
is fun.
Yes. Yeah, where the sport where every game ends up in a fight. Yeah, just yeah, don't do it, guys. Don't mess with the Canadians. It's nobody ends up happy after that. Just don't do it.
But again, it's
yeah, it's a matter of the heart.
If you're talking just
yeah,
on just those who love.
Yeah, you don't want to be a warmonger. You just don't want to do it. Dark Blade, the Canadian peacekeeping troops once beat Croatians who outnumbered them 3-1. Oh yeah. Well, this is one of the things which was very interesting. They were also sent as peacekeepers to Somalia, and nobody messed with them. They would always take pot shots at the Americans. Nobody messed with Canadian peacekeepers. Once they saw those blue helmets, it's like, oh no. The blue helmets and the Canadian flags, no one messed with them. Big Destiny. Imagine a country of Wisconsiners with nothing better to do. Oh, and some French people. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, let's move on here. Bottom line's pray for peace. Always pray for peace. But there is a proper time for war too. There is a proper time for war. Okay. JCM for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why does Paul say Jesus was hung on a tree? Acts 5:30, Acts 10:39, Acts 13:29, and Galatians 3:13, use the ancient Greek word for tree, xylem. Yeah, okay. That is because it's a euphemism. That's what it is. Crosses, which is staros, they're made of wood. And the thing is with staros is it's not a flattering thing in the Roman world. Okay? Staros was associated with criminality. It was associated with criminality. So Ryan Cohnkamp says, "Cursed is anyone who hangs on a tree." Yeah. But it's also a euphemism, and it's a Roman euphemism. It's a euphemism that was basically everyone knew what Paul meant when he said Jesus hung on a tree, that it was a cross. Crosses are made of wood, but they're also shameful. As I said, it's something that would have, if to his Roman audience, if he said to his Roman audience, Jesus was hung on a cross, a staros, the first immediate cultural reaction would be, why would I want to associate with this criminal? Staros was associated with criminality. Xylon wasn't. So it's a euphemism. It's a softer euphemism, but everyone knew what it meant. It just didn't have that visceral reaction to it. Darkblade says, "I heard from Metatron that one Roman writer said even hearing the word cross was derogatory." Yeah. Oh yeah, it was as I said, it was associated with criminality. Nice people didn't end up on crosses. In fact, if you were a Roman citizen, one of the benefits of being a Roman citizen was you were ineligible to be executed by crucifixion. So as a Roman citizen, you could not be crucified. That was one of the benefits of Roman citizenship, was that you were not. Oh yeah, when they suggested that Paul be crucified, it was like, wait a minute, you're about to crucify a Roman citizen. That's a no-no. Yeah, Paul got a lot more respect once he revealed he was a Roman citizen. As a Roman citizen, you cannot be crucified. Now, they found another way to kill him, but that was still within the legal bounds. But you couldn't crucify him.
And again,
yeah, because of that absolute connotation with criminality. And criminality by foreigners. So it was a very, very important benefit of being a Roman citizen that you couldn't be crucified. But Paul, being a Roman citizen, was aware of the association of the cross with criminality, which is why he chooses to use the word xylon, or tree, as a euphemism. Haystack, I hate how creatively people killed each other back in the day and today. People don't change. That's the one thing you learn from history, is people don't learn from history. People don't change. People are exactly the same today as they were 5,000 years ago. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
They just
Darkblade, if they knew that what Paul meant, wouldn't the criminality implication have still applied? It's a visceral response. This is not a, how do I say this? They knew what he meant, but it didn't have the immediate visceral reaction. Okay? So you've got to keep that in mind, that people do respond negatively to some terms. And this is why we have euphemisms. Euphemism. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for example, my producer came up with this euphemism that ladies powder their nose. They don't go use the toilet. They don't go take a dump.
I did not say that specific.
Okay. It's a euphemism, though. It's a euphemism. Okay? It's a way of saying it in a more polite, socially acceptable way. So the use of Xelon is a much more socially acceptable way and is less likely to get that visceral response than Staros is. So even though they knew exactly what he meant, it didn't have the same sort of nastiness. Patui says here, Cicero said that no one should dirty their rhetoric with nasty words like cross, vinegar. Just use euphemisms. Yeah. That was very common in the day. Yeah, they're not words said in polite society. So even though there would have been that implication of criminality, it's not overt. So, JCM, I hope that answers the question. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Haystack asks a question here. Doctor and producer, are you two fans of the show Hercules with Kevin Sorbo? I have got an odd relationship with the show Hercules. I'm not a fan. Okay? I'm not a fan. It just so happened, though, when I was still single and had to do a lot of business travel, every time I went on business travel, Hercules would be playing on the television. So it's a show I only watch during business travel. So I wasn't a fan of it, though. How about you? Mrs. Producer says it was entertaining, but she wouldn't call herself a fan. Okay. She liked the sidekick. She said the sidekick made her laugh. I just didn't care. It wasn't my thing. I mean, I was a science fiction. I mean, I really was into science fiction. Not so much a Greek fantasy. That wasn't really my thing. So, but I did watch it when I was on the road. But that's it. That's about it. That's the only time I ever watched it, was when I was on the road. And sure enough, every hotel I ever went to had Hercules playing, usually in a marathon. So it was 2 or 3 hours of nothing but Hercules, and you could change the channel and still find Hercules.
For about 20.
50 channels and it's all Hercules.
So it was.
Oh boy, Dossman. So it was for legendary journeys only. Maybe. "50 Shades of Hercules." Ooh. That 50 Shades of Grey, most people don't realize that that was originally fan fiction. That was Twilight fan fiction. I'm getting a weird look from Mrs. Producer. Yes, 50 Shades of Grey was originally Twilight fan fiction. But it couldn't be published as fan fiction. So she just took out the vampires. Yeah, ew. Jack Ray, Twilight, the teen vampire thing? Yeah. Yeah, the teen vampire thing. Sentiment. I know, and it shows. Yeah, it does. Ryan Cohen Camp, that sucks. Sucks like a vampire.
Yeah.
Yeah, 50 Shades of Grey has nothing to do with sparkling vampires. But yeah, it was originally Twilight fanfiction. Says a lot. Says a lot. Sparkles like a vampire. That is one thing I could never get past with the whole Twilight series, is the whole sparkling thing.
The whole vampire. Twilight came out. And I just kind of,
Haystack says, on behalf of Mormons, I apologize. That came from one of us. You should. Twilight was awful. It killed the vampire genre. It was so much vampire genre was so much fun until Twilight. Diamond. Haystack. Hey, at least you can claim Sanderson too. Well, don't claim Sanderson anymore. His last book was totally woke. Oh my gosh, it was awful. Haystack, I'm more of a Lost Boys vamp fan. You know,
oh,
Lost Boys was awesome.
it was classic.
At least the first movie. The second two were really campy. Really campy. Oh my gosh, they were so bad. They were so bad they were good. It was one of those situations. The second two Lost Boys films were so bad they were good. They were so terrible. So terrible. Jack races. There were more than one? Yeah. There were 3 Lost Boys films. 3 of them. The first one's the only one that's good. It's good in its own right. The first Lost Boys was an excellent vampire film. The second 2 were so campy and cheesy. It was just, they were terrible. Just terrible. Destiny, thoughts on Van Helsing? I haven't watched Van Helsing, so I don't know. Yeah, which Van Helsing? There's actually a lot of them. But I haven't seen any of the Van Helsings. I have seen a lot of vampire films. I had to for my own studies in vampire lore, but yeah, I've got a large collection of vampire films. John Fabeck says, I always liked the underworld movies. Cheesy, but a lot of fun. They were, actually. They were. Dossman, Nosferatu? The original Nosferatu, was it the 1909, I think, one? Was excellent. The original Nosferatu was a classic. I don't know about the remake, though. 1922, was that it? Yeah. The one where Nosferatu, the producers got sued by the Stoker estate. Which is kind of awful. I mean, the whole fact that whole thing with Bram Stoker's wife was just awful. In case you don't know, Bram Stoker died only a couple years after publishing Dracula. Yeah, Florence Stoker, yeah, oh boy. Yeah, she belittled him. She belittled him. She said his project was terrible. This is the absolute she was a fishwife. Constantly nagging him. And frankly, he wrote about her. She's the vampire. Very few people understand that Florence was the vampire. She was Dracula.
They
did not have a good marriage. But as soon as he died and his work took off, oh, she was right there to collect all the money.
The widow, the grieving.
Yeah. Yeah, suddenly she's the grieving widow. She's the grieving widow who Bram generously took care of her in her widowhood. Yeah, right. Patui says original Nosferatu's pacing will feel off to modern sensibilities, but it's riveting. Yeah, it's absolutely riveting. It's a great film. But the pacing is very off for modern sensibilities. There's long periods of silence, long motions of Count Orlok staring at his victim. You know, it's not what we would call. Yeah, you wonder why the victim doesn't just walk away. Yeah.
I'd be like, dude, you're creepy. I'm going.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a great film, though. I would highly recommend. It's one of those classics that I highly recommend, especially people who are into the vampire genre to watch that one. There are some vampire films I very highly recommend, and that's one of them. Dossman goes, I enjoyed the movie about making Nosferatu, where the vampire is really a vampire. Fun twist, yeah. Okay. So, we have talked about vampires now. Next one here is... Let's see, find the next one. Brian Cohenkamp asks this interesting question. He goes, does the soul start at conception or later in development? That is a very, very interesting question. The question of whether the soul starts at conception or later in development is going to depend upon your view of the ontology of the soul. And everyone is going... There's like 7 or 8 different views on this. We're not sure. Essentially, we're not sure. Now, well, there's some... I mean, you've got the creationist view, which is not the same as young earth creationism. Okay, but there's a creationist view of the ontology of the soul. There's a traditionist view of the soul. There's emergent views. But Tui says, ooh, $10,000 word time, transducionism. And he spelled it correctly, too. Tui would. We have here an educated man. Now I really don't like him. So a lot of it's going to depend upon what your view of the ontology of the soul is. I take an emergent view myself. So for me, I think that makes the most sense. I think that makes the most sense of, say, the whole idea of different categories of souls, even in, say, the Old Testament, where you have certain, say, mature souls versus those that aren't. So yeah, I think there's more than enough reason to have variety of views, and this is not something to squabble over or divide over. But it's going to depend on your view. And I myself take an emergent view on the soul. Now, does that have implications for, say that life begins at a conception? No, it doesn't. Because life still begins at conception, and a fully formed human being begins at conception, whether or not it has a soul. So whether or not it has a soul is immaterial to the sanctity of life. So I just want to make that clear. Even if you hold to a transitionist, or not an emergent generative view of the soul, that doesn't change the ethics of this in any way. Mm-hmm. And Patui points out here, there's patristics for all four views, and there's Bible passages for all four views. Yeah. So again, it's not something we need to fight over. It's something we can debate. In fact, at the last ETS, there was a debate. It was a panel, actually, on whether the soul was emergent or creationist or traditionist and all that. They had like 7 or 8 views of this. Ryan says, can you do a video on that? Yeah, sure we can do a video on that. Mr. EC show, huh? Okay. Can do that. All right, next one here. Next one. Mistress Rat says, what about sponges and non-bilaterans? Do you think there's a specific point in the evolutionary timeline where animals gain the capacity to hold souls? I don't think sponges have souls, personally. Some people do. Some people think they're animals and therefore they have it. I don't think they do. I think you do need some sort of reasoning and say moral, say, reflection to basically have a spirit. But I view sponges more like an underwater plant. Honestly. Mr. Ice Rat. Okay. Yeah, I can't read the text all that clearly, so I couldn't tell if that was an upper or lower eye. So basically, Dr. Falk's team Squidward, I see. Okay. Yeah, so Dossman, my sponge does. It's a good sponge. Cleaned many a car. Big Destiny. SpongeBob has a soul.
Leave your sponge on your sponge.
I mean, leave a sponge on a counter long enough, as Mrs. Producer just said, and it'll grow stuff that will could evolve into a soul. Okay. Yeah, so I think you have to have a certain be on a certain scale of the animal ladder before you start having a spirit. So, and I don't necessarily think it's all that high, but there seems to be a threshold where if it doesn't have a brain or can exercise moral behavior or even choice, then I kind of doubt whether or not it has a soul. Okay.
So you're saying
the key is agency. Yeah, the key is agency. If the being has agency, it's likely to have a spirit. If it doesn't have an agency, it doesn't have a spirit. Like for example, like an octopus has agency. It has intelligence. Now, a lot of creationists will say that octopus don't have spirits. Octopuses, they don't have spirits because they don't breathe the air. But boy, can they make moral decisions. They have intelligence. They have agency. Absolutely. There's also some creationists that say if an animal doesn't have blood, it can't have a spirit. Well, there are fish in Antarctica that don't have blood. They have plasma, but they don't have blood. They don't have red corpuscles. So, Dustin Meeks, octopus are intelligent. Oh, they're super intelligent. They are crazy intelligent. Yeah. So, yeah, I think, and they have everything that would sort of scratch the itch of having a spirit. They have agency. They have intelligence. They even have moral reasoning. So, oh yeah, animals.
just watch your pet get naughty and know it.
Darkblade, if animals have souls, are they subject to salvation? Yes. Yes, they are. Now, here's how I'm going to qualify this. Okay? I think that animals, especially in the proximity of human beings, tend to develop moral reasoning. Now, I think it's like this. Not all animals go to heaven because not all animals achieve something worthy of salvation. It has to have, in the case of, say, an animal, it has to have something where it leads to basically preservation. Like, for example, a bunny can exercise moral reasoning. It knows it's being naughty. Okay? It knows when it's being good. Because, for example, let me give you an example. The couch. Right now, our little girl is being very, very good in getting her cuddles on the couch. But if Mrs. Producer gets out of the couch, that bunny will try to sneak past. She knows she's not allowed to sneak past. I will look at her, and I'll say, that's not allowed, little bunny. She'll stop, turn around, and go back. She knows when she's being naughty. She can exercise moral reasoning. Dogs do this all the time, too. Ever seen those dog shaming videos? Oh, yeah, they know. A lot of dogs know when they have messed up. Okay? If they have moral reasoning, and they can make moral choices, they have the agency to make moral choices, then they have something worth preserving. So if they have something worth preserving, then they are subject to salvation within the grace of God. So, okay, so that answers that question. Thank you very much for that question. It's a really good question, but yeah. Next one here. Down here. Next one. Okay. PC for $2 Australian. Where do Christians go when they die? Heaven. That's where they go. Here's the thing. They don't go to Sheol anymore. Now, the thing with Sheol, that's in Hebrew, that's the grave. Sheol was the place where the unredeemed dead go. So, if you were a bad guy, an unredeemed, you went to Sheol. If you were a good guy, an unredeemed, you also went to Sheol. With the redemption of Jesus Christ, that limitation was lifted for those who are basically followers of Christ and followers of the Lord. They then no longer went to Sheol, they went directly to heaven. So basically, as long as you're dead in your sins, you couldn't go to heaven. So once the sin problem was taken care of, Christians, followers of Jesus Christ, are then free to go to heaven directly. So that's where Christians go when they die. Next one here. Mr. Ice Rat. Eastern Orthodox actually go to Abraham's bosom on the basis that it's more traditional than heaven. Oh, ow. Yeah, God's got a sense of humor about that.
People are going to
Patui says, God uploads your software into his hardware. Then in the new heavens and new earth, you get new hardware to run the old software again. I suppose, yeah. Ryan Cohen Camp, don't Eastern Orthodox have toll houses too? Some believe that, some don't. Here's the thing whenever we talk about Eastern Orthodoxy, is there's a huge range. It's a big tent. This is something that's always said bothered me about when Protestants talk about the Eastern Orthodox. This is not so much the Catholics, okay? This doesn't apply to Catholics because Catholics have a unified theology. You know, it's the magisterium in Catholicism defines theology, and everyone's kind of got to go along with that. But Eastern Orthodox are all over the board. And that's because the whole Eastern Orthodox communion is all over the board. You've got everything from very liberal to very conservative Eastern Orthodox. You've got even Protestants in Eastern Orthodoxy. They don't call themselves Protestants, but they believe the same things. You know, they're some of them are practically Calvinist for all intents and purposes. In fact, there was even one Eastern Orthodox Calvinist saint. So Patui says they do have a bit of an allergy to doing systematic theology. Yeah, they're not they're not great theologians. It's really not their thing. But they have other strengths. Darkblade, Eastern Orthodoxy doesn't have an official boss. No, it doesn't. Which is why you have such diversity of opinions. And even on opinions they've settled, there's still differences in thinking. So Jack Ray. The doorbell's can anyone explain the toll house? Sure. A toll house is it's kind of the Eastern Orthodox idea of purgatory, where instead of having the sins burned out of you, you sort of make this pilgrimage where you have to pay a toll house along the way to get to the next level. So think of it kind of like Eastern Orthodox purgatory. But it's by no means universally accepted. Let's see. I saw something here that I wanted to take. Jack Ray says, never heard of that idea before either. That's the second for the stream. Okay, cool. Glad we could enlighten you here. What I will say about Eastern Orthodoxy is this: they're all over the map. They really are all over the map. They don't have one unified, and it comes down to this: they tend to believe in, say, the plurality of tradition. But how do they determine plurality? And that's a huge problem, is they're not exactly clear on what constitutes a plurality. So this is why things get really, really muddy in Eastern Orthodoxy. Yeah, they are literally all over the map. Ryan Cohen, yeah. And not just the physical map of the world, the theological map. I mean, even as I said, even in questions they declared settled, they're all over the map. And I think this is one of the problems I have with, say, as I say, with, say, Protestant critiques of Eastern Orthodoxy, is they tend to gravitate to the orthobros. Like I hear, like one of the for example, I hear Gavin Ortland say this all the time, that Eastern Orthodoxy really hammers home the idea there's no salvation outside of the Eastern Orthodox Church. I know, it's stupid. It's stupid.
They don't.
No.
Has he ever met one?
He basically encounters mostly orthobros and Eastern Orthodox Thai conservatives. That's really who he's encountering.
So and like go visit a church. One, Ukrainian,
Yeah.
Serbian.
Yeah, I mean, it's daft. Now, the Eastern Orthodox will say that there is no salvation outside of the church. Okay. They'll say that, and that's a perfectly reasonable thing to say. I mean, even Protestants say there's no salvation outside of the Church Universal. Absolutely, Protestants will say that every day. They'll affirm that happily. But, wow. But to take the loudest proponents of Orthodoxy and basically make that your standard, just, it bothers me. It really bothers me because it doesn't accurately portray what they believe.
The non-Jewish Messianic.
Yeah.
They're the ones.
Yeah.
We're the ones.
Yeah. No, you don't take the most extreme positions. No. Dossman, orthobros do not represent all of us. Laugh out loud. That's not a real stance of the churches. No, it isn't. No, you won't find that in any of the official documents either. You know, you just won't. I mean, outside the Church Universal, that's one thing. Everybody agrees on that. You know, but there's the idea that there's no salvation outside of Eastern Orthodoxy. Well, that's a mixed opinion. Again, the Ortho Bros will say that. The Orthodox ultra conservatives will say that. But then again, the Orthodox ultra conservatives will also say that priests should have authority over temporal and spiritual matters. And nobody agrees with that. So they'll say, I mean, the ultra conservatives will say all sorts of crazy things. DBC, no, that's not actually true. He says that's the priestly theology of Eastern Orthodoxes. No salvation outside of their church. That's not actually, that's a really debated thing. It doesn't take much to probe beneath that. Again, if your source of information here is just the ultra conservatives, yeah, you're going to get that view. But then again, you'll also get that from Baptists. Baptists will say the exact same thing. There's no salvation outside of the Baptist church. Fundamentalists will say that. So, Pentecostals. Well, Pentecostals will say you're not saved unless you speak in tongues. Yeah. So it's just like it's not very charitable, and it's not very accurate.
Yeah, the biggest one, salvation. Like,
PC. No, there's no salvation outside of KJV only.
now that's the largest.
Yeah, they're very exclusive.
The single Orthodox.
Hi, Mama. Mama's joined us finally. Good to see you here. Mama says Galatians 5:20 speaks out against division. I agree. Yeah. DBC. I speak as one living in an Orthodox country. Most priests say that to people, ban them from going to Protestant churches. Well, yeah, in ultra conservative priests are going to say that, but that's not true of the wider scope of Orthodoxy. But that whole I'm living in an Orthodox country. Well, you know what? I mean, you get Catholics who say, well, you know, I was raised a Catholic. I went to Catholic school, and I was confirmed a Catholic, and you know, I believe all sorts of crazy things about the Catholic Church. You know, there's a lot of that. You know, so it's just growing up in the milieu is not actually understanding what they're saying necessarily. So, ooh, Darkblade, there is no salvation outside the state of Arizona. Could be. Could be. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you will find lots of ultra-conservative Orthodox priests who will say that. Absolutely. But do they reflect the theology of the plurality of the tradition? Because that's the standard. That's the gold standard. So, CT316, Gavin builds a cumulative case. An example as how he uses the councils of Nicaea. 1 are abundantly clear about those not venerating icons are damned. That's not Nicaea 1, that's Nicaea 2, by the way. And sadly, no, anathema has a very clear meaning. Yeah, but you know what? Nicaea 2 also says that the Julian calendar is the right calendar. Most of the Eastern Orthodox denominations are now Gregorian. They're no longer Julian. So there's a thing. Even though a lot of Orthodox will say you have to adhere to the 7 ecumenical councils, they don't always adhere to them. There are exceptions. You did mean Nicaea 1? Well, okay. Nicaea 1 says nothing about icons. So it can't be Nicaea 1. Nicaea 2 is what talks about the icons. Nicaea 1 is pre-icon. Gregory, why can't they make up their minds? Yeah. The first icons develop in the 5th century. That's your first icons. It's actually the 6th century. Basically 500s is when you get the it keeps autocorrecting. Hey, Google keyboard app 2. Nicaea 2. That makes sense. Yeah. Nicaea 5, the Vatican strikes back. Yeah, Nicaea 2 talks about icons. But there's a history to that too. Okay? Nicaea 2 is defending the incarnation. Okay? So Nicaea 2, you have to understand the reasoning behind Nicaea 2. The Nicaea 2 is they're defending the idea that Christ is fully incarnated, fully God and fully man. And they see icons as being proof of the incarnation. So if you deny the possibility of an icon and refuse to venerate it, you're denying incarnation. It's a category error. It's a category error. But it is a category error that the Council at Nicaea 2 didn't make. Now, that said, that whole idea of veneration is also vastly misunderstood. And it is an accretion, and I think every church historian would say that it is. But I don't think that it's an accretion that's necessarily harmful. But is an accretion that is edifying? You know, is it helpful? No, not necessarily either. So, but yeah, most Eastern Orthodox have already rejected the Julian calendar that was espoused at Nicaea 2. So, Jack Ray, we don't speak about Nicaea 7, 8, or 9. Disney got involved. CT316 says, would you say that Nicaea 2 was a major overcorrection, and overcorrection also driven heavily by politics of the time? Yeah, I think that's not unfair. I mean, it was driven by politics of the time, and Nicaea 2 happens 400 years after Nicaea 1. Okay? So people kind of lump the two together, but they're really separated by vast expanses of time and propinquity. So I think we have to be very... I mean, Nicaea 2 is happening in the heat of the iconoclast movement, which is basically a political fight between the Byzantine emperor, who was an iconoclast and a reprobate, and the priesthood. So, Palpatine. Ooh. Harry Stark, almost half a millennia. Yeah, it's almost half a millennia difference. So, you know, you got to keep that in mind when you're looking at Nicaea 2. And as I said, already a lot of Orthodox churches are abandoning portions of Nicaea 2. And rightly so. You know, they're right to do that. Because Nicaea 2 basically said that they want the most accurate calendar possible, so they're, you know, celebrating on the correct festival days. They just happen to choose an inaccurate calendar, which is the Julian calendar. But that's an issue. That is an issue for that. You know, and councils do make mistakes from time to time. You know, the Nicaea 1 originally resolved that the creed should be homoousios. of like substance. Then they thought better of it. Came back and they said, yeah, that ain't so good. It should be homoousios, same substance. So, yeah, I think what we can be, I think if you're going to really drive the whole iconoclast, the whole icon accretion thing hard, you at least owe it to those you are sort of critiquing to represent their view correctly. This is the first thing. I think this is one thing I think we need to do when we engage others. Get it right. Get what their views are correct. You know, every philosophy teacher, you know, when you go into a class, you know, everyone wants to go get gung-ho about debating. And they want to be right. No, it's more important that you get it right than you be right. Get it right, then you can get it. Then you can be right if you got it right. No. Oh boy. Oh boy. Grimes says, does stripling date night see a forward to the Middle Bronze Age? I wouldn't put it past him. Dossman, I've heard so many stupid things that are just so wrong. Yeah, me too. It's frustrating because it doesn't have to be that way.
The point is you're building.
Yeah. And the fact is, when we go engage people, we want to build the kingdom. And your ego should be secondary to that. You know, if you can't set your aside, yeah, your ego shouldn't even be in the equation. If you can't set your ego aside, you have no business engaging people on these particular subjects. Okay, let's go on to the next one here. We got a super chat here from Followers of the Shepherd for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. He goes, how old was Moses when he saw the burning bush? I think we already answered that question. Okay, so there was an alternative question. What would be the smoke? Okay. Chase Connor asked, what would be the smoking gun for secular scholars to accept in Exodus? There isn't one. There isn't one. A lot of them still don't accept King David. We've got a smoking gun for that. We've got the Tel Dan Stela. You know, we've got Hebrew abacadaries, you know, in the Judean foothills. You know, look, there's a level of skepticism. Here's the thing. When you're talking about skepticism creates a cognitive load. When the probability of the evidence is less than 50%, you can have plausible deniability. The cognitive load is low enough that it's plausible to make a denial. It's not smart, but it's at least plausible. But if the evidence exceeds a 50% probability, the cognitive load becomes so high that the probability ceases being plausible deniability, but implausible deniability. So you have to be really, really careful about these things. And a lot of historians make the, how do I say this, what David Hackett Fisher calls the I forget what the name of that fallacy is, just escaped my brain for the moment. But basically, you know, there's no such thing as X. Absence of evidence fallacy. Yeah, it's the absence of evidence fallacy. So a lot of these guys are going to make that absence of evidence fallacy, and then they're going to look like idiots. This happens a lot. We've seen it a lot. So, Darkblade asks, the evidence for late bronze Jericho was always present. When did it reach past 50%? I think it passed 50% with Garstang. Garstang had already found lots of evidence for late bronze Jericho. I mean, he had found seals of Amenhotep III. You know, that is evidence, and he found it at the cemetery at Jericho. So that was already evidence of a late bronze Jericho. There was already ceramic ware that dated to the late Bronze Age that Garstang found. So there was already more than enough evidence to suggest 50% probability of a late bronze Jericho already at the time of Garstang. So it wasn't a plausible deniability, but it did become the consensus. Darkblade says, so skeptics were pretty much just always living in delusion when it came to late bronze Jericho. Is that correct? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they were always living in that. I've related this story before, you know, at the local theology school here, you know, the professor of Old Testament, you know, challenged me and I basically said, hey, you know, there's more than enough evidence for a late bronze Jericho. And she goes, well, the consensus doesn't agree with you. And I said, well, the consensus is wrong. And she said to me, why would you argue against the consensus? And I thought that would have been made obvious by me saying, well, it's wrong. So scholars had always, basically since Kathleen Kenyon, scholars had basically formed this consensus that there was no late bronze Jericho. Now, Kenyon herself actually vacillated on the subject. There were times when Kenyon said there was no late bronze Jericho, but there were also times when she said that the evidence shows there was a late bronze Jericho. So she vacillated. But it was enough to give skeptics this idea that they could form a consensus that there was no late bronze Jericho. Of course, now it's another bad idea consigned to the rubbish bin, but I mean, even past when Nigro published his papers, you know, people were still, you know, repeating the consensus unthinkingly. So, Darkblade, a proposition, I think you mean, that was always delusional, managed to become consensus anyway. Laugh out loud. Well, yeah, oftentimes that's what happens, especially in deeply skeptical fields. And biblical studies is a deeply skeptical field. There was a very interesting book review this week. Joel Edmund Anderson dropped his part 3 of his review of Kip's book. Very interesting. Basically, Edmund Anderson's critique of Kip's book was that Kip sees past the text, not what the text actually says. So Kip is critiquing a text that doesn't really exist, but what he wants it to say. So when you get this kind of skepticism, it doesn't really matter then what the text says or what's there in front of you. Evidence doesn't matter. It's what you want the evidence to say that matters. So in deeply skeptical fields, this has become the modus operandi, where it doesn't matter what the text says. You don't even believe the text. The text is lying to you. Don't believe your lying eyes. The text isn't saying what you think it's saying. It's not even saying what it's saying. It's what's behind it that it's saying what you wanted to say. It's a postmodern reading of texts. It's not what it means, what it means to me. So I recommend you go read Joel Edmund Anderson's blogs and his critiques. They're very, very insightful. All right, let's move on to the next one here. Next super chat here is from follower of the Ichthus for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Folk. What are your thoughts on the claim the word ecclesia in Matthew 16:18 should be translated to government structure? Let's look at the context and let's see what it says. Okay. Matthew 16, verse 18. And I will say to you that you are Peter, and this is Petros, a rock. It can be a name, but it can also mean a rock. Pebble. Petros, a little rock. Okay? And upon this Petra, this was a big, large rock escarpment. Petra is a large rock escarpment. Yeah, Jesus does puns. I will build my ecclesia. Okay? And the gates of Hades shall not overpower it. Okay. I don't think government structure here is a good translation. It's ecclesia is a gathering. It's an assembly. Quite literally, that's the meaning in Greek. Assembly or gathering. That's what an ecclesia is. We get the word eclectic from ecclesia. Okay? So, an eclectic is basically a gathering or a mix of things. Okay? So, usually unrelated things. But an ecclesia is a gathering or assembly. So, a government structure would not be a good translation of this. There is not necessarily a fully formed structure to an ecclesia. But there can be. But it's not necessarily implied in the text. So, I don't think that would be a great translation. Just saying. But church is fine because that's what it comes to mean in New Testament parlance. Assembly, fantastic. Gathering is a fine translation too. So yeah, that's how I would translate ecclesia. And I think that's how most exegetes would treat this as well. Okay. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. All right, followers of the Shepherd for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What's a video you want to make but won't do well? Strange question. What video do I want to make but won't do well? If I can't do it well, I probably won't make it. Apologetics videos. I don't really want to do apologetics videos. I don't want to do them. So it doesn't count as a video I want to make. I just have a lot of stuff I do, so I don't think about the stuff I can't do. BC. Yeah, it's just like I don't understand what you're asking that would apply.
Like, what would you like to do that? But that falls more under the
Blue Dog. Anything worth doing is worth doing poorly. G.K. Chesterton? Exclamation question mark.
I mean, things. It's not like making videos. Make lots of maybe launching that.
Haystack. I want to see a strict documentary on Abraham to Moses from you. I'm not a documentary maker. I'm a teacher. I'll leave the documentary making to IP. He does that stuff really well. I'm not a filmographer. I don't do cinematography very well. So for me, making a long Jackery, I wonder if he means a video that wouldn't do well in terms of views. Yeah, but you know what? I don't chase views. I do lots of videos that don't do well in terms of views. You know, the whole series we did on the masterclass on epigraphy didn't do very well as far as views go. But I think it was important to do. And you know, there are times when we just do things because it's important as a teaching moment. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We have very. We don't.
Yeah, we don't go for the lowest common denominator. You know, we tend to raise our sights to those, say, more erudite viewers. You know, I love to say of our audience is intelligent, well-read, and good-looking.
We do.
Mama says we really dug the epigraphy series. Well, I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did.
No,
But it didn't do well as far as views.
but that enjoyed it. Our community enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It's for.
Yeah, he's probably asking what do I want to make but won't do well as far as views go. So, you know, we're a niche channel anyway. We expect that a certain number of our videos won't do well because we're into serious teaching.
We're evidence.
Yeah, we're evidence-based. We don't chase views. We don't claw at the moment. We don't basically come on, oh, brand new discovery. Yeah, we haven't verified this, but we are going to talk about this curse amulet, and it's a great proof of this dating. Mama goes, you don't do clickbait? No. No, I don't do clickbait. I let other people do clickbait. That's what you want to do, but I don't know. Dossman, we found something. It's shocking. It's a rock. Mama says, and we love you for it. Well, thank you. That's so sweet. We appreciate that.
No, we enjoy the.
Yeah, we enjoy the community that has grown up around this channel. And the community does support us. And we wouldn't want to betray their trust by doing clickbait. Now, if there is something exciting and important, yeah, we're going to share it. But we're going to verify it first. We are absolutely going to verify it. CT316. No clickbait. How dare you have integrity and self-respect? Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah, some days it's hard to have dignity, integrity, and self-respect. Okay, we'll take BC's question now for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Do you have a backup plan in case YouTube bans the channel for being too truthful? No, we don't. We do not have a backup plan for this. But this wasn't ever part of the plan either. I mean, look, we started this channel because I had time on my hands because of COVID. That's why we started this. This was never intended to be our livelihood. I mean, we never thought it would make it that far. You know? So it's oh. Gandalf is Falk LDS. Haystack, no. You see, they have oopsie. Oh. Stop that. Yeah, that's see, even the LDS doesn't want me. Good times, good times. The Mormons don't want me. Alrighty. Move on to the next one here. Haystack, did prophets ever lose their temper? Yes. Yes, they did. And sometimes they were even judged for it. Moses lost his temper when he hit the rock. And he was judged for it because he misrepresented God to the people. So yes, prophets did lose their temper, and not always in a good way. It was not always a good thing. Now, there were some that lost it for righteous reasons. You did get guys like Elijah, who lost their temper, but did so in a righteous way. But there was also those who lost their temper in unrighteous ways. So yes, prophets did lose their temper sometimes. Not always a good thing. All right, we got this very generous super chat here from Ike the Great for $99.99. Thank you very much for that really generous super chat. It really helps keeps things going. We really appreciate donors like you who support the channel. Okay, he asks, is there a practical difference between using a dictionary versus a lexicon for Bible study? Yes. There is a technical difference between a dictionary and a lexicon. Now, that difference is that a dictionary just gives you the word and the meaning. Lexicons tend to give you root words. So not complete words, but basically the root of a word, and then if it has a further conjugation, you have to figure that out on your own. But lexicons also serve other purposes too. They'll often give you historical data. They'll give you related words. They give you a lot more information than just a dictionary would. Like, for example, a dictionary will generally be restricted to just word and meaning, whereas a lexicon tends to be, will give you a lot, like cognate words in other languages. Like, for example, the Hebrew and Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament will give you not just historical, the lexeme, but the historical information and also other cognates in other languages. So a lexicon is a tool that's more diverse. A lexicon expects you to already know the language. Dictionaries don't necessarily expect you to know the language. For example, if you have a foreign language dictionary, those dictionaries often don't expect you to know the language or think you're in a beginner stage of the language. Lexicons are for advanced study. So most lexicons will expect you to know Hebrew or Greek for Bible study purposes. So there are technical differences between a dictionary and a lexicon. For most Bible studies, it's usually recommended that you use a lexicon instead of a dictionary. So Darkblade goes, so Wiktionary is more of a lexicon when it's actually useful. Is that right? I can't say. I don't use Wiktionary. But I will say this. A dictionary is a word that has basically a book that has diction in it, or fully formed words. That's the key difference. A dictionary has fully formed words, and it's kind of in the name, dictionary. A lexicon has lexemes in it, which are root words. So you're expected in a lexicon to understand the root word, which can be difficult sometimes in languages like Hebrew, where the root word isn't always apparent from the form you're trying to look up. So it can be more challenging to use a lexicon. So, but that's the major difference. Dictionaries have lists of diction. Lexicons have lists of lexemes. So that's the major difference. Lexicons are serious Bible tools. Dictionaries, less so. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that very, very generous super chat. We really appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Darkblade asks a vampire question. Who's a vampire knight? He says, would the OG vampires consider modern sci vampires to be legit? No. No, they wouldn't. It's like talking about a vegan vampire. Oh, chupacabra. Gotta take that one. But yeah, no, old fashioned. To be honest, the OG vampires, you're basically talking about a short, ruddy Hungarian. That's your OG vampire, not this guy elegantly clad in black and wearing these spectacles and a top hat. No, that's not your OG vampire. Your OG vampire is a ruddy, short Hungarian peasant wearing dungarees. That's your OG vampire. At least that's the one that was that Calmet used to write about. So Harry Stark asks, is the chupacabra real? Okay, for those of you who don't know, the chupacabra is what's called the goat sucker. Okay? It's the idea of this supernatural being that basically is a goat vampire. For lack of a better term. It's a goat vampire. It attacks goats. It sucks the blood out of them, supposedly. Now, do I think chupacabras are real? No. But what I think people are seeing are coyotes with mange. That's what I think people are seeing. So that's what I think a chupacabra is a coyote with mange. Sightings of chupacabra are restricted to essentially the American Southwest. So most sightings are happening in places like Arizona, New Mexico, some limited sightings in California, Mexico, those regions. So Dustin Meeks. So the vampire who is well dressed and wears a hat ain't nothing like an old G vampire. The more you know. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. When guys like Dom Calme talk about vampires, and he did the first major study of vampires. You know, he's not talking about Count some European count who owns a castle. Oh no. He's talking about guys who were Austro-Hungarian peasants. And Calme was commissioned to do this study by Catherine, the Empress Catherine of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, commissioned him to do this study on vampirism because there was a lot of reports of vampirism in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And he basically described them as these ruddy, short Hungarian peasants. Yeah, not sexy at all. Okay. CT316 asked the question, wanting to write fiction myself, what kind of prose style do you believe works best? I'm leaning towards Sanderson-esque, clean, straightforward style that is easy in the eyes and mind. What kind of fiction do you read? I mean, if you read Sanderson-esque stuff, then you should probably write in that style. I mean, my reading preferences tend to lean towards new wave science fiction. So for me, that's the sort of stuff I write, is stuff in the style of new wave science fiction. So I tend to read authors like James Blish, Clifford C. Mack, Robert Silverberg, you know, those sorts of sort of authors of that era. And for me, I like really terse, concise writing. So for me, I'm a big fan of, say, Ernest Hemingway, his writing style. So whatever style works best for you is what you should do. But at the same time, too, what I would recommend any writer getting into fiction is work on yourself. The first novels you write should be just picked up and dropped into the round file. Okay? And I would recommend this for your first 4 or 5 novels. Throw away your first 4 or 5 novels. They're not for publication. They're not for public consumption. They're for working on your process as a writer. Writers hate hearing that. They all think that their first book is going to be a #1 bestseller. Might be. The odds are super low, though.
If you go with it,
Yeah.
and say, they tell you it's serious.
Yeah. Yeah, my producer makes a very, very good point. If you do write a novel, and an early novel, get good beta readers. I would recommend everyone get good beta readers, regardless of if you're a beginner raw novel or a professional. You need good beta readers. Ones that'll tell you the honest truth. Okay? ones that are really, really so honest with you it hurts. A good editorial critique should be very, very precise. Now, you will get beta readers who basically say, will want your story to be something more to their tastes. You don't need those beta readers. Basically, the sort of beta readers that say, oh, your science fiction is great, but it needs more cats with lasers. Okay, you may not be writing a story about cats with lasers. So, you know, you don't need beta readers that are going to sort of try to change your writing to something they like. What you need is the ones that see your story for what it is and basically say, yeah, this is not right. This isn't good. This is a silly trope. You shouldn't use it. Ones that'll give you honest feedback about the quality of your writing and the quality of your story. That's what you need. And then listen to them. I have had so many. I have done critiques of guys who basically said, "Oh yeah, it's been through beta readers," and I get the book, and it looks like it's never been edited. You know, and it's like I feel like my time has been wasted. You know, somebody has, you know, like, oh yeah, this has been beta readed. Yeah, and do you follow the advice? Oh yeah, sure did. And I can only think that either they didn't listen to the beta readers, or the beta readers were just blowing them sunshine. No. It's really frustrating because it's a huge waste of time to give a reviewer a book that hasn't been beta read. Milo says that is so oddly specific info about vampires. Yeah, well, we know a lot about vampires. Okay. Linus Odell says, what is the reason for academics generally claim the Israelites came from the Phoenicians? Is it just empty conjecture? If they're saying that, they're probably not well educated either. The Phoenician civilization came about in 1000 BC, and it was a sort of an integration between sea peoples moving down, well, first wave of sea peoples, with the local population of Canaanites, and they sort of established themselves, I'd say, in that 1300 BC to 1000 BC time frame. So, so the idea that they came from that, I think, is empty conjecture. I don't think there's any reason, cause for that. So, it's certainly not evidence based. Haystack, what's up with Skinwalker Ranch? Okay. Skinwalker Ranch is a well-known paranormal site. Now, contrary to what the name suggests, Skinwalker Ranch is not actually known for skinwalkers. Now, for those of you who don't know what a skinwalker is a Native American shaman that shape changes into these animal-like monstrosities. So that's a skinwalker. What Skinwalker Ranch is really known for is stuff like time distortions and ball lightning. So that's what Skinwalker Ranch is really known for. It's not really known for skinwalkers. It's known for other things. It's just called Skinwalker Ranch. So, now there are people who have claimed to seen skinwalkers, and there might be something to that phenomenon, but it's not occurring at Skinwalker Ranch. Other things are happening at Skinwalker Ranch. As I said, time-space distortions is what's been claimed, as well as ball lightning. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Blade. Time to excommunicate Dr. Falk for linking my home state with cryptozoology. Well. BC. Door-to-door missionaries always ask to come in. Are they vampires? Sometimes they can be time vampires. Have had those. Generally, the whole invitation thing is kind of not really seen in really old vampire literature. That's something that's more modern. Okay, next question here from Harry Stark. Will David ever run for office? No. Running for office is a pain in the butt. I won't do it. Yeah, I don't like French either. I'd have to, for me to run federally, I'd almost have to learn French and be conversant in it. My French is pretty terrible, so it would take me a lot of effort to do that. So no, I'm not going to be doing that. I'm not going to go into politics. That would be just a pain and obnoxious and a distraction from what I want to do. All right, next one here. Gabe Raven says, isn't there a line in scripture that says all souls were created in the beginning? Non-Christian scriptures, there isn't. Nope, it's not something you find in Christian scriptures. Yeah, there's no single indication in Christian scriptures. You'll find that in Mormon scriptures. You won't find that in Christian scriptures. So, yeah, that's not something you find in Christian anthropology. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Okay, let's see. Harry Stark, which are the favorite family-friendly games that David has played? I don't play a lot of family-friendly. Is Fallout a family-friendly game? How about Skyrim? The Long Dark? Ultima 3 Exodus. Yep, that's probably the closest thing I played to a family-friendly video game. Yeah. Candle with the Base, have you played Mass Effect since you like Rich Worlds? Yes, I have played Mass Effect. I haven't replayed Mass Effect. I don't terribly like the Mass Effect universe so much. Dosman Ultima 7 is so family-friendly. Oh, yeah, so family-friendly. Uh-huh. Says Milo says, you played Fallout and never streamed it? Yeah, I don't do a lot of video game streaming. I'm just not into that. I mean, yeah, I know my friends are into me streaming video games, but
Most people don't go through it's
yeah, they did get a kick out of me streaming Origins. It was Assassin's Creed Origins. John Favek says, Resident Evil, that's a nice family game. I have played that. I have played Resident Evil. I don't play it anymore, but I have played it. Dustin Meeks, what about Egyptian-based video games? Yeah, I mean, we might do that again. But again, someone has to sponsor that. So, and it does take a lot of time. Again, thank you to AT Ministries, who was basically the sponsor of the Assassin's Creed Origins playthrough. So, that was a fully sponsored thing, and that's cool, and we'll do that sometimes, but CT316, you played Mass Effect. Which did you pick? Control, Destroy, or Synthesis? This will determine my continuance or lack thereof for your channel. I don't remember. I don't remember which I picked. I mean, it was so long ago when I played it. I think I played it about 10 years ago. Something like that. Okay, next one here. So no, I'm not really into family-friendly games all that much. I guess it depends on what kind of family they come from. Ryan asks, so does a liquor store have a soul? They have spirits. The only place I've ever been where there's no souls in there, the DMV. I've never found a single soul in a DMV. I've seen a lot of walking husks, but never anyone with a soul in a DMV. And my dad thought Doom was family friendly. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Darkblade, I'll pay you 10,000 Egyptian promissory notes to play Pokemon Sword and Shield. There's no number of promissory notes you can make me to play that. I'd need hard cash for that one. Harry Stark asks, have those large squids ever attacked ships? Not sure. We know whales have attacked ships. We don't know if giant squids ever have. They're large enough to. Especially old sailing ships. Old sailing ships are pretty small. So they could have. But I'm not sure. I don't think there's any recorded incident of a giant squid attacking a ship. Ryan Cohenkamp, did animals follow along with Adam? Yes. Yes, they did. Because Adam was federative for the whole creation. So, yes. Yes, he was federative for humanity, and the effects of that federative role, because don't forget, mankind was to have dominion over the animals.
That just meant
well, they did follow along with Adam, but the effects of the fall are not a moral effect. It's not a moral effect. But they suffer the way we do. So yeah, they are included in the fall. Yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, they did find giant squids wash up on the shore, and have for hundreds of years. Giant squids were well known to have washed up on seashores. And the fact that ships went missing too, it makes sense that people connected the loss of certain ships with the giant squid. But there's no actual evidence that the giant squid ever attacked a ship. Okay. $2 super chat from Mama. Thank you very much for the super chat. How does tithing work in the new covenant? It's a matter of grace. Okay? Now, here's how tithing works. Tithing is a tenth. Now, we are told to bring our tithes and offerings, to the temple or the assembly. Now that has never been superseded. So it is one of those things that is still with us in New Testament Christianity, but it's also seen in New Testament Christianity as an extension of worship. Okay? Tithing is an extension of worship. So the amount you tithe is no longer prescribed. So you don't have to tithe a tenth. Now we have to understand that the tenth, that taxes when the original tithe was done were a lot lower. The way it worked in the Old Testament was 1/10 went to the temple, 2.5% went to the government. The temple took a lot bigger chunk back then than the government did. Today, that's reversed. Today, the government will take like half. if you're unlucky. 30% is not an unknown amount for a government to take. So, it's not one of those things where it's even feasible anymore to tithe a full tenth of, say, the gross. Okay, you basically, if you tithe 10% of your gross, you'd have nothing left. So, especially if you're Canadian, yeah. So this is something, the actual amount of the tithe, that's between you and God. But God sees that as part of your worship. So, and I think this is one of the problems that a lot of people face when they come to tithing, is they think that the church is demanding it, and it's not. But at the same time, too, you're missing out on spiritual blessing if you don't tithe. So, as I said, it's part of orthopraxis, or right practice, to tithe. So, I definitely recommend people tithe. Tithe first to your church. If you're not associated with a congregation, then it's up to you how you tithe. But the fact is, you should tithe, because you're going to get something out of it. You're going to get a blessing out of it. So, and how you tithe and when you tithe, that's up to you. Okay? Myself, personally, I tithe once a year. Okay? Because I know at year end how much I've made. Exactly. So, I tithe generally once a year. So, once a year, my church gets a big lump sum from me. So, how you do it is up to you. But God will bless what you tithe and that you tithe. So, your offerings are something above the tithe. So the tithe is what you owe God. The offerings are free will gifts given above your tithe. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Again, tithing is not something that's strictly mandated, but it is something that is part of normal Christian practice to do. Okay, and I think we just answered this in next super chat here. Do we tithe on gross income or net income? I would recommend for modern Westerners tithing on your net. Don't tithe on your gross. It just becomes too onerous because of the greed of Western governments. Okay? Western governments are going to take huge amounts, chunks out of your paycheck. And they'll often do it before you ever see the money. That's the other thing. Is a lot of taxation is done these days before you ever see it. So I would definitely tithe from your net, not your gross, but the Bible is not specific here. So the Bible has no recommendation here, but
There's also
it's just a matter of this being practical too.
there's a big
Yeah. Basically,
on special
yeah.
events.
Yeah. The whole fact of in the Old Testament it was on the gross, but again, we're talking about a time when government taxation was a lot lower. That just doesn't happen today. So a lot of the tithing, say the specifics of Old Testament tithing is contextually based. It's geared towards Old Testament Israelites living in Israel. So yeah. So again, that's gonna be something between you and God, essentially. That's very Mormon, yeah. Mama says, once heard it said, well, which one do you want him to bless, your gross or your net? That's missing the point. That's completely missing the point. This is something that you hear, say, Gabbard and Grabbit preachers say a lot. You hear positive confession and prosperity gospel preachers say this a lot. Which one do you want him to bless, your gross or your net? I think that misses the point. Because tithing is a heart disposition. It's not an actual monetary amount. Okay? So I think that completely sort of misses the point here of what tithing is supposed to be. It's supposed to be you and God coming to consensus as to how much you should give as your tithe. Now, I'll say this. Tithing standards has been pretty crummy in the church. It's been pretty crummy. Your typical parishioner will tithe 2% of their income. Your typical elder tithes half of 1% of their income. That is pretty ugly. When we get right down to it, that's not a tithe. That's a throw some loose change into the collection plate. Okay? Tithing is meant to be something that is a percentage of your regular income. It's supposed to serve. No, it doesn't. There's no qualification there, hon. Yeah, but there's no qualification there.
That's the point. Is the pastor also have?
Okay.
I know the ones that are.
Mama says, "What? Elders are worse?" Oh yeah, On almost every income survey, they come out worse. No, elders aren't tithing more; they're tithing less. Darkblade, do you know of any churches that enable people to tithe by card or check? Oh yeah, a lot of them do. Some of them actually do direct debit. Basically, there's some churches that do, say, monthly debit withdrawals from your account. Now, I think that in a lot of respects, that sort of takes it out of your hands and makes it an automated process you don't really think of. I think so. In some ways, you're missing a little bit of the whole process of doing the tithe. Tithing is not just, I will say this, tithing is not just giving a portion of your money. There's a whole sort of ritual act of bringing your tithe to the assembly. There's a ritual act here of actually taking it, and when the collection plate comes around, physically putting it in there. It's part of the orthopraxis that you have to recall that you need to do this, and that you have to struggle with this. It's a form of worship. Exactly. Yeah, it keeps learning said that. It's a form of worship. And that's exactly what it is. It's a form of worship. So I don't like the idea of direct deposit for tithing. It's taking out the worship aspect of this. So almost all churches will accept checks, or other means. Now, most won't accept credit cards because credit card processing can get expensive. But there are churches that do accept credit cards. Yeah, that church in Texas did, yeah. Yeah, large churches will accept credit cards, but not all will. Mama says we give a base amount and then give more money and other things as needed and or prompted. Yeah, that's absolutely acceptable. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. Haystack goes, it's all God's. He just asked for 10% back. It's a commitment to God regardless how the money is spent. The exact number of that is debatable. Christ did not stop the widow from giving her mite to the corrupted temple that would fall. Yeah, it's I would say that the New Testament does not specify 10% directly. I know that's a ordinance in, or not an ordinance, a demand of the Mormon Church, but that's not incumbent upon Christians. Christians are not pegged to a set amount. Mama says it's also a spiritual discipline. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It is a spiritual discipline. And that's where you get the most out of it, is when you treat it as a spiritual discipline. And, that's where you get the greatest benefit. Keeps Learning says, I hope the time would not come for the government to tax the church. Some places the church is already taxed. It survives just fine when it's taxed. But it's better if it doesn't tax it. Well, here's the thing, too. When churches do are taxed, the government then usually abolishes the tax deduction for giving to churches. So it usually comes part and parcel to other, say, restrictions on religious freedoms. Like, for example, those governments will typically allow you to deduct other donations, but not religious donations. So, yeah, just as Michael Gee says, I have known churches to pray over the offering taken up, but more over the money put through the banking system earlier in the week. I haven't known of those churches to do that. I don't know of any church that actually prayed over the banking system, particularly. Never heard of that. I have seen offerings usually prayed for and blessed at churches. That's pretty normal and very typical. But I don't see that usually done with the banking system debit deposits. Mama says it's the heart behind the giving he was honoring. The amount is between us and God and not our church. I agree with that. J Money says, is there any way to call in? Nope, we don't take call-ins on these Friday live streams. Okay. We do a very rare call-ins, but it's usually when we do, say, stuff over a recent publication of a book. That's the only time we ever take call-ins. We don't, or D&D game, which is coming up, by the way. We should be putting out the call for the D&D game very, very soon. That'll be a call-in, but that's only for D&D players. But no, there's no way we don't do call-ins on these live streams. Mama says our tithes being tax deductible shouldn't matter to us. I agree, it shouldn't. However, if the government is going to tax the church, it shouldn't tax the tithe. That usually falls under then, if the church is taxed, then your tithe is taxed. So usually it's not usually one or the other. You usually get both. Yeah. If the church is taxed, then any nonprofit should be taxed. And that's the problem with it, is it's usually very selectively done. So while it would not matter to me if it was taxed or not, it doesn't matter to me. It's usually then it's unequal treatment that's the problem. Yeah, a lot of nonprofits are really just money sheltering scams these days. Mama says, "Yeah, no double tax." I would agree. That's the draw. That's the dividing line for me. The double taxation is an issue. Okay, I'm just gonna take a few minutes for a break, and I'll be right back. All right, I am back with my lukewarm coffee. Yeah, our coffee maker broke this week. So I've been drinking lukewarm coffee all week. Had to get a kettle and just pour it through the filter, and it's just like, oh boy. Okay, let's get back to it here. All right, next question here is from Mama for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Should destitute believers still tithe? Use the force, lukewarm. Use the force. Oh dear. Who wants to get a new Mr. Coffee? Yeah, we kind of need one. We got one on order. We got a coffee maker on order, but
we didn't have them.
Yeah, it didn't matter if we had the money or not. We needed one anyway. Yeah. Oh boy, we didn't get an expensive one. Our last one was a Black & Decker, and it only lasted 6 months. Just not good. Not good. Okay. Mama says, should destitute believers still tithe? That's between them and God. Ultimately, that's not a should. That's a what's the level of destitution? There's a lot of factors there. Again, this is going to ultimately boil down to what is it between them and God? Are they making any income at all? What are their expenses? There's a lot of reasons for destitution too. So there's not one answer that'll fit all situations here.
The people working with God,
Yeah.
yeah, God, usually those people,
Mm-hmm.
that's usually
Yeah. So Mama says Black and Decker stink. Mr. Coffee is good though. They're so expensive. They are so expensive. Mama says to our answer here, I figured I was just trying to cover some bases. Your answers have been very helpful. Well, thank you. Thank you. We try to help. We try to help. But again, ultimately...
Israel.
Yeah. Yeah. Merv Monson says, poor Israelites only needed to offer turtle doves instead of large livestock, like Mary and Joseph. Yeah, and turtle doves were very inexpensive, so, you know, the Bible does figure in destitution in their formulas, so... Mama says it's worth it. Okay. Our Mr. Coffee machines last for many years. All right, cool.
Like,
Dustin makes more of a tea drinker. We drink both. We both drink both tea and coffee. Sometimes I'll use the coffee pot to make tea. Done that many times. Brew a pot of tea in the coffee maker. Okay. Now let's go on to the next one here. Would be... Okay, we've already answered that one. We want to thank Jack Ray for gifting the channel 20 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. We so very much appreciate it. Paul for 19.99. Thank you for the super chat. I would like to sponsor a question, your choice. Okay. I will. Let's take this one. From Harry Stark. What caused the death of philology? A good question. Essentially, what caused the death of philology was its own subjectivity. That's what caused the death of philology. It became a field where people started to say of it, never trust a philologist. There was a reason. A lot of philology, especially in the 1940s and 50s, took very dubious paths to establish the origins of words. Okay? So it became almost a credo, you know, do not trust a philologist. Because he'll tell you what you want to hear. Or he'll come up with his own pet theories. The methodology wasn't sound. Now, I think there is philology that can be very sound, but a lot of it, especially in the 40s and 50s, wasn't sound. So, philology as a field kind of died because of it. With that said, philology still serves a purpose. It just is going to be... You have to be really rigorous when you do philology. You can't make those cognitive leaps and assertions that philologists were very prone to make. So that's why it died as a field. Okay? So that's going to be our sponsored non-super chat. Thank you very much, Paul, for your very generous support. We really appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay. Next one. From Mama for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Must tithes be money, or can one give time and talents? Okay, now this is tricky. Chad Lennox asks, what's philology? Okay. Philology is the study of the origin of words. So where did your language come from? Where did the words of your language come from? That's philology. So it's the study of the origins of words. Okay, back to Mama's question. Must tithes be in money, or can one give time or talent? There's a middle road here, okay? This is not one or the other thing. Now, here's the sort of the kicker of this. It depends. This one depends. I mean, tithes have always been accepted to be money or other goods in kind. Okay? So it is possible to tithe other things, like gemstones, bearer bonds, crypto. There's a lot of ways that people can tithe that have nothing to do, in the good old days of the 19th century, people would tithe cans of peaches, cans of jam. That was people did that. Yeah, Mama, mint and dill. Yeah, chickens, eggs, goods in kind were often tithed. We tithed a pair of gemstones once to our church because we couldn't afford the money to pay the tithe, but we owed it. And the pastor didn't know what to do with it. So we told him, sell it. Give it to a deserving couple. Do whatever you want with it. Chad Lennox. Our church has a crypto selection 40th. We accept crypto. You want to support our ministry? You can send us crypto. We take, I think, Monero and Bitcoin. Because we had that because we had some people who were watching us from the Middle East who didn't want their support of us traceable back to them. Okay, that's fine. It's dangerous for them to give to a ministry like ours. Absolutely. Perfectly acceptable. We'll set up a not full coin. Hey, I don't believe in meme coins. Jack Ray, frankincense and myrrh. Yeah, perfectly acceptable as a tithe. Hey, frankincense and myrrh was valuable back then. It was worth a lot of money. A lot of money. Still not cheap. But, yes, frankincense and myrrh were perfectly acceptable forms of tithing. Now, time and talents. That's where things get dicey. Okay? The thing about time and talents is you do owe time to your church in the form of your exercise of spiritual gifts. That's not meant to be charged or tied to the church. You owe that to the church because God gives those spiritual gifts to you for the expansion of the church. So, if it's something that comes about as a spiritual gift, then you can't charge your time. Because that's not why God gave it to you. Okay? However, there is a counterpoint to that. If it's not a spiritual gift, and if it's part of your regular profession, then it can be tithed. Like, for example, if you are a professional artist, and you do professional artwork for a living, you can give a receipt to your church, and the church can accept that as part of your tithe. Okay? So, that's possible. My sister, when she worked as a professional artist, she did that to a church, and the church really kind of behaved badly about that, but they behaved exceptionally
Most
badly.
churches that expect me to do it.
Yeah. Mama says, I was thinking more like a CPA, a lawyer, a plumber, etc. Again, if that's their profession, they have the right to charge for that. And in which case, if they're donating their time, they just write a receipt. They write a receipt, they give it to the church, and the church gives them a donation receipt. That's how it's done, and it's done all the time. You know. So absolutely, that's perfectly acceptable if that's your profession. Now, in my case, my profession is as a teacher. Do I charge my church when I teach? No, I don't. Could I do that? Yes, I could. But I won't do that. Okay? That then becomes optional. So if it's your regular profession, what you do as your day-to-day, say, labor that you earn income from, then yes, you can write a receipt and you can donate that. You can give that invoice to the church, and they can write you a receipt as a donation. Totally acceptable, and that can be part of your tithe. So, Clypeus, so what was Bach tithing when he wrote music for his church? Often, yes. Yeah, he would give his church allergies. Mama says, I think Bach was paid to play more than write. Probably.
Somebody to do it
Yeah.
full time.
Yeah.
You should pay them.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if this is their full-time profession, then yes, they should be paid. Or, as I said, alternately, if you can arrange that with the church, a receipt's given that they can, say, deduct on their taxes. Well, that's what my sister did. You know, she did a piece of artwork for the church, a banner. You know, and she did a large 20-foot set of two 20-foot banners for the church, and charged them $1,500 for it. Well, it wasn't a fee because she didn't get $1,500 because she had just accepted a receipt in kind. But that church made such a fuss, and then they ended up selling those banners to a college for $5,000. So,
Churches
yeah.
be stingy with it, but
So, the church's behavior in this particular case was pretty bad. But most churches, churches should not, give you a stink over this. But some will. Some will. Jack Ray goes, does she still go to that church? Oh, no. That church doesn't exist anymore. That church was expropriated to put in a freeway. Karma happens. Mama says, wow, Bubble Machine says that is disgusting. I agree. Yeah, it was disgusting. It was absolutely disgusting. Yeah, but that church no longer exists. So it was just, yeah, karma. Terry Stark, divine providence, David means, yeah, well, we know what we mean by that. Vengeance was the Lord's, yeah, exactly. Okay, so to wrap up your question here, tithes don't have to necessarily be in money. It can be in goods and kind. It could be in other monetary units. It doesn't matter. Whether or not your time and talent can count towards your tithe depends upon if it's your regular profession. If it is your regular profession, then it isn't a problem. Then you can just bill it, and that's can go as your tithe. If it's not your regular profession, you should not use that. You should not use that as a tithe. So I hope that clarifies that. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here. Harry Stark, are the green men on Mars real? Nope. Yeah, but the bunny making mochi in the moon is. Definitely. I've seen the bunny making mochi on the moon. Yeah, we did meet Frazee, didn't we? We met the guy who popularized in science fiction art the green man on the Mars motif. Frazee was his name. What's that a reference to? Well, there was a guy who used to do covers, science fiction art covers, for things like amazing science fiction, a lot of the pulp magazines, short story magazines of the 1930s, 40s, and 50s. There's some of this. They're still around today, but ones like Amazing Stories, Analog is another one of those cover. Oh, the moon bunny thing. Oh, no, the moon. Okay. Have you ever heard of the man on the moon? Where you look up in the sky, you see the moon, and you see a little man in it? Okay. In Japanese culture, they don't see a man in the moon. They see a rabbit making mochi. Okay? Good night, Mama. It was good to see you here tonight. So yeah, that's what's meant by the rabbit making mochi. It's it's something you find in Japanese motifs all the time. You'll see it pictures of the moon on, say, curtains, where it's a moon with a bunny making mochi in it. So that's what's meant by this, the moon bunny thing. Yeah. So. All right, next super chat here is from Chad Lennox for $15. Thank you for the super chat. I'm curious on your thoughts on near-death experiences. Where should the Christian believers be suspicious of claims when the person is having the experience is not a believer? I've always been suspicious of near-death experiences anyway. Here's the thing. You're not really dead. Not dead. Dead. Not really Osiris dead. Okay? They're really near. I mean, when we're talking about near death, it's like you're on the precipice of death, but you're not really crossed over. So I am very suspicious of it. There has been some very interesting things that come out recently on neuroscience that I thought were very interesting that sort of play into the whole near-death experience. Like the stimulation experiments. Stimulation experiments are very interesting. One of the very interesting things about the stimulation experiences, and this was done by neurosurgeons, is neurosurgeons would basically go in when they do brain surgery, and they would stimulate certain parts of the brain to see what response would it trigger, what motor response it would trigger, what cognitive response it would trigger, even what memories would be affected. And you'd be interested in this, actually, Mrs. Producer. These experiments have they discovered that they could stimulate a limb, they could stimulate a sensation, or they can even stimulate a memory. What they could never stimulate was an abstract thought. Nowhere, didn't matter where they probed in the brain, neuroscientists, neurosurgeons could never stimulate an abstract thought. Like 1 + 1 = 2. It doesn't. They could create a memory by stimulation, like the smell of oranges. Okay? They could stimulate that. They could make an arm twitch. But they could never stimulate an abstract thought. Oh yeah, the idea of downloading the brain is complete nonsense. Yeah. Because there's something going on where the mind is something separate from the gray matter itself. Very interesting piece of research. And they have done something like over 1 million stimulations in neurosurgeons' surgery logs, and never once did it stimulate an abstract thought. Yeah. So, what's his name?
DeGray is.
Yeah, DeGray's getting a lot more funding. This has implications in the transhumanist world, because guys like DeGray are getting a lot more funding than, what's his name now? The one that worked at Google. Gee, what is his name? Yeah, funding's dried up for the frozen head guys. What's his name? Singularity guy. Kurzweil. Ray Kurzweil. Yeah, Ray Kurzweil believed that people would be able to upload their brains to the computer singularity. And for him, the idea of the singularity is the idea that machines could think like humans. Okay? So, okay, interesting question. So, yeah, I don't think that near-death experiences prove a whole lot one way or the other, and I tend to be very skeptical towards them. Many near-death experiences are basically terrifying experiences that are later on. People then rationalize them away, the terror aspect of them.
Operating.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
People wake.
Yeah. Yeah. People wake up screaming from near-death experiences generally. So, yeah. So yeah, it's so I am suspicious of claims, especially claims that are made long after the experience itself. So there does tend to be false memories that come into play after the experience. So I do tend to be suspicious about these things. So, yeah, it's almost like the brain has a coping mechanism that it can't handle the terror of those particular situations. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, we've got a question on the book that just came in. The cat SWE asked the question. In your book, how are Android ID numbers pronounced? Is it as separate numbers, for example, 2471, or read 2471? It's their serial numbers, so they're read as separate digits. Okay, so it would be something like CNEVA 04276. That's how you would pronounce it. Okay, they tend to be the middle name component, which is their Android line, will often drop vowels too. So in that case, you would have to add a schwa. Like we have one Android that is Natal, Ntal. So you'd add a schwa after the N and between the N and the T. So that's how the Android names in our books are pronounced. They're serial numbers. So it's like, as I said, it's like CNEVA 07426 is an example of that. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for that great question. Gabe Reagan asks, my mother asked this of me. What is the Christian stance on reincarnation, and how do you explain studies in favor of it? Well, okay. The Christian stance of reincarnation is that it doesn't exist. It is appointed unto men to die once, and then the judgment. So there is no reincarnation in the Christian worldview. Now, the studies that explain it, here we start, 2 words, demonic possession. That is one explanation for it. That is definitely one explanation for reincarnation. There's also other explanations for it too, though. False memories is one. There was one family who had lost a child. They had a second child. And what happened in that case was the family coped with the loss of the first child by explaining the second child as the reincarnation of the first. So they use that as a coping mechanism. So this young boy basically grew up believing he was the reincarnation of his brother. And there was a lot of family pressure on him to maintain that fiction. So yeah, there was a lot of these studies can't be reconciled with a blind study sort that we would expect out of a scientific method. So we have to be very careful about those reincarnation studies, because they do tend to be very biased as to their outcomes, and many of those studies are, going in expecting to find evidence of reincarnation rather than, say, taking a blind approach to it. So anyway, Gabe, I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. Well, yeah, it can't be replicated, yeah, but well, even how do you even prove that? I mean, that's just
if you raise a kid believing.
okay. John Fabeck for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. In Ezekiel 14:40, is the Daniel mentioned the same person from the book of Daniel? Probably not. Okay, so let's go look at Ezekiel. Ezekiel long predates Daniel. So it's not going to talk about the same Daniel in all likelihood here. Just check here. I'm going to check the Hebrew here just to be sure. Okay, we got a Katav and Kare. That always makes things interesting. Katav says Daniel. And the Kare says Danielle. Okay, that doesn't really help us any here. Not too much anyway. Okay, so Ezekiel 14:40. Even though these three men, Noah, Daniel, and Job, were in its midst, by their own righteousness they could only deliver themselves, declares the Lord. Okay, so Merv Monson asks, skeptics say that it's name confusion to Daniel and Daniel. I think it's probably Daniel. I mean, I have no problem here saying that's Daniel or Daniel. And to be, let's talk about the whole difference between Daniel and Daniel, because it's confused, and it was confused even in ancient times. Okay, Daniel is the prophet, a Judahite young man who was exiled during the Babylonian captivity and served as a governor for the Neo-Babylonian Empire. And his traditional dates are in the 6th century. Now, the book of Ezekiel is older than that. Is at least a century or more before then. So, Daniel, on the other hand, is a mythological figure. Okay? And that predates Daniel. Now, some have speculated that Daniel may be named after Daniel. Basically, God is my judge. Or God judges. So Daniel is God judges. Daniel is God is my judge. So there is a slight difference in the names. However, the Masoretes weren't aware of Daniel. Okay? So my thinking here is that Ezekiel 14:14 is actually a reference to Daniel, not Daniel. Especially given that he's quoting here very old, say, predecessors. Noah, Job, and Daniel would definitely fit into that. So, yeah, I think it's name confusion. And I think it's Masoretic name confusion. Because if you look at, say, the Masoretic text here, and the Kare, the Katav. Now here we have parentheses and square brackets. On this text here, the parentheses are the Katav. Katav is what's written in the text. The Kare, this is the Kare here, is what the Masoretes thought should be spoken. So basically, the Masoretes don't want to change the consonants of the text. They're fine changing vowels. They'll change vowels all day long, but they won't touch consonants. But if they thought there was an error, they would they would specify this as a Koré with their own proposed reading. So I think Daniel is a appropriate reading given the basically the Ketave, the writing, but the Koré is their attempt to correct it. So they're going to add a yod there, just as their form of correction. Darkblade says Ezekiel ties the time to the second year of Jehoiachin's exile. That would be 592 BC. Yeah, but that's still before Daniel. Still before Daniel. That's about 100 years before Daniel. At least his writing, Daniel's writings. Okay? So, you don't get the Babylonian exile until 576. So, it's 576. Here, double check my dates. Sorry, 587. So 587 is when you get the Babylonian exile. And that exile has happened over a 10-year period too. So we're not exactly sure when Daniel was taken to Babylon. So there's at least probably sometime between 587 and 577 is when Daniel would have been exiled. And at that point, he's gonna live. He's exiled as a young boy, as a how would you say, preteen. He's about 10, 11, 12 maybe. That's the point where they're taking people into exile, because they need to take them when they're young to make them into eunuchs. Okay, so Daniel is brought back to Babylon, and he's made a eunuch, which means he has to be younger than 13. So, so he's taken sometime, early on during the exile. Daniel's taken about 606. No, can't be 606. Babylonian exile, it doesn't take place until 587. At least the major one. So he's after 606. At least I think. Not really a specialist in Daniel, so it's like kind of spitballing that. Yeah, Jackery, that would be crushing. Yeah, we won't talk about that. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about unit creation on this channel anymore. So, no, Ezekiel is not talking. I don't think he's talking about the same person as Daniel. Ezekiel's dead by the time Daniel is writing his works. So, is that what the verse says? Okay, I'll accept it. Accept that he was. What verse are you quoting there? Daniel? Third year in the reign of Jehoiachin, sieged it. Okay. Third year of Jehoiakim. Okay. Third year of Jehoiakim is 606. Yeah. Okay. Absolutely. I'll go for that. When's Ezekiel's life? I was pretty sure that Ezekiel's before. Ezekiel. Ezekiel dies around 571. Okay. So, it's not 100 years. Not 100 years. But it's still long enough. Yeah, so Daniel is just a young man when Ezekiel bites it. So Rev Monson says, but if Daniel was taken in 605, he could have been 30 or older during Ezekiel's writing. Yeah, but Daniel has not yet ascended to the heights of his power yet, so he's not writing his stuff down yet. Around 602 is Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Yeah, so if Ezekiel died in 571, then it's I don't think that Ezekiel would have recorded Daniel in this case. I just don't think that would be the case. I also don't think that the spelling in Ezekiel would necessarily suggest Daniel. I mean, the Masoretes didn't either. So the Masoretes thought this was a spelling mistake. That's why they have the Quran there. So they think that there's a difference here, and you know, I sort of agree with them. Yeah, I think it's where there's not enough time has passed between, say, Daniel's exile and the death of, at least for Daniel to really sort of get his prophecies out there. So, because there won't be a book of Daniel yet, not at the time of Ezekiel, because he hasn't finished prophesying. You know, the book of Daniel, it won't be in existence until after, say, the fall of Babylon. So, even so, Ezekiel's already dead. His writings will not reflect the deeds of Daniel. So, yeah, I'm still not convinced that this is Daniel. I think it's probably Daniel. That's what I would suspect here. And the fact is too that Daniel was not just seen as just a Canaanite prophet. He's kind of a magic figure too, very similar to Balaam. Okay, very similar to Balaam in that respect. Now, Balaam was seen as a true prophet. He's a Moabite. He's a wicked man. He's still seen as a true prophet. Yeah, I haven't read Jonathan McClatchy's article on Daniel. I mean, might be worth a read. But yeah, I'm just not convinced that the reference in Ezekiel 14:14 is Daniel. Okay, let's move on to the next one here. Michael Gee for $20 New Zealand. Thank you very much for the super chat. Earl's Word Meanings of the New Testament is now out of print. What would you recommend as the equivalent reference now? I don't know what Earl's Word Meanings of the New Testament is. I have never used that work, so I don't know much about it. I use Bagda, which is the abbreviation for. Let's see, pull up the book here. I use lexicons. I've always used lexicons. I don't use dictionaries for this sort of stuff. So, what I recommend is the Concise Greek English Lexicon. The rest of the title here of the New Testament. Um, get you the exact edition here. A Greek, sorry, this is the one I recommend. A Greek English lexicon of the New Testament and other early Christian literature, third edition, BDAG, and the abbreviation here is after its contributing authors, which are Danker, or Bauer, Danker. Who's the other two? I think it's Arndt and Gingrich, the other two authors. But that's what I would recommend: is the Greek English lexicon of the New Testament and other early Christian literature. Third edition, BDAG. Now, I will say this. It's an expensive volume. It's very expensive. Last time I purchased it, it was like $150. Dank read. You could say that, yeah. But yeah, it's an expensive volume, but that's the one I would recommend. And frankly, if you go to seminary, you're going to buy that one. That's the one you're going to buy. You're going to buy BDAG for your Greek. You're going to buy Halot for your Hebrew. And you're going to be happy you did. Because these are investments for a lifetime. You're going to buy these once. So, and if Earl's thing is out of print, it's probably not very good to begin with. So, most people have been using BDAG for decades now. So, that's sort of the gold standard of lexicons. So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Darkblade asks, is it acceptable within the acceptable pale of orthodoxy for Christians to believe in the genuine prophethood of Muhammad? No, it's not. It is not in the it's not in the pale of orthodoxy. Here's the thing. Muhammad denied the Trinity. He denied the Trinity. He denied salvation by grace through faith. He had denied the essentials of the Christian faith, essentially. So no, it would not be acceptable for a Christian who is small orthodox to believe in the genuine prophethood of Muhammad. Muhammad was a false prophet and a false teacher. And we don't follow false prophets and false teachers. So, and if anything, his life should be an example of what his theology was, which was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. So, no genuine Christians should accept Muhammad as a prophet. Period. Okay, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Next one here. Clypius asks, did other ancient Near Eastern cultures tithe? If so, how much and what manners? Not that we know of. We don't see a lot of tithing in other ancient Near Eastern cultures. At least not that we know of. The Egyptians didn't seem to do it. They gave offerings, but they didn't tithe per se. Hey, 18 Ministries, you finally made it! Good to see you, man. Long time no see. But yeah, Clypius, I don't see that in other ancient Near Eastern culture. Yeah, the temples were state institutions. They often combined taxation, a lot of them collected taxation and then skimmed off the top. So it was never more of a religious duty as much as it was a arm of the state. So that was going on there. Past that one. Harry Stark. Why did Christians stop writing church music? Because they wrote praise music instead. The thing is, um, a lot of Christians stopped writing church music because they couldn't get it published, and they were being outcompeted by multi-million-dollar publishing conglomerates that saturated the market with praise music, like Vineyard. What was that one that you were associated with? Australia, what were they called? Yeah. So basically, that's what drove out respectable Christian music was slop. Praise slop. Basically drove out, say, theologically more considered music. So yeah, bad coinage drove out good. That's essentially what it was. A lot of CCM drove it out. Vineyard music drove it out. Yeah. The cat SWE says fast food for the mind. Yeah. Yeah, fast food for the mind. Pretty much. Yeah. So yeah, pretty awful, but yeah, that's what happened. That's why the whole Christian hymnody thing collapsed. Because you couldn't get it published anymore. You and the large music conglomerates, just publishers, just drove it out in favor of praise music. So Hillsong, that was it. Yeah, that's another one of those. Yeah, Hillsong's another one of those conglomerates. Okay. Uh Baron Salvatore asks, what Bible software do you use? I use a very old version of BibleWorks. Really old version. What is it? Version 4, I think. Let's see here, what version? It's version 6. I use version 6 of BibleWorks for Windows 98. So if that gives you any idea how old my stuff is, yeah. So I mean, I never update my Bible software because I don't have very heavy needs. I basically need to know just some basic translations and some Greek and Hebrew texts, and that about it. So yeah. So I just don't have compelling needs to date it any further than that. So, my Bible software dates from 2005. So I'm operating with 20-year-old Bible software. But he says, I was curious. The continuous subscription model with logos is and such is yuck. Well, BibleWorks isn't even in business anymore, so I don't think you can even get a license for it any longer. I think their last version was version 9, and they're out of business now, I think.
They should have a continual
Yeah,
software.
yeah. The continuous subscription model for logos is I don't know. I don't like continuous subscription models anyway. I mean, I paid once for this and I've never had to pay for it again. and keeps working, so it's super reliable. But I don't have huge needs. I mean, if I have need more than this, I'm gonna go look it up in a book or a PDF file of a book. So I think that is the end here of. Okay. There was one other one I was gonna do too. Okay, I'll take the Ruth question in just a moment. I want to find something else here because there was a question I was looking for. I was going to take it later, and I kind of blew past it. And where is it? Problem with not taking questions immediately. Sometimes you just go past it and you don't see it again. There it is. Okay. CT316 asks, which sci-fi worlds have that you have read, viewed, that has had the most enthralled? Probably the Dune series. That was really what I was most interested in as um as an early reader. I was very, very enthralled with Dune. The whole series, the original series, I should say, the Frank Herbert series. So Dune, Dune Messiah, Children of Dune, God Emperor Dune, even his two posthumous novels, Heretics of Dune and Dune Chapter House. I thought those were great books. All of those were great books. So I loved it. So AT Ministries should have said your own. Well, I am enthralled with that too. Look. Oh yeah, our number. Yeah, I think he's heard. Yeah, he's heard. Yes, my books too. And we are working on number 3. I think that's actually a really great point. You, as an author, you AT Ministries, Mr. Top 100 Odd Writer. Yep. You should be enthralled by your books. In fact, I read it. I listened to an author this week who was being interviewed, and he told authors, stop chasing trends. Stop chasing trends. Build your audience. Stop chasing trends. If you chase trends, you're just gonna write stuff that makes you sick, because you're not doing it out of a passion project. You're doing it out of a clasping for notoriety and sameness, and you're not producing anything new when you chase a trend. Um, um, so, but he was asked the question, do you like your work? And he said, oh, absolutely. I love rereading my work. He says, he says, authors should be passionate about their work. They should love rereading their books. And I kind of agree with that. I love rereading my books. When I was flipping through all the Stars and Angels this week, and I hit that section with Sloppy in it. It was funny. I really enjoyed rereading that. I really enjoy rereading the sections with Laura in it. I love rereading my books. I think if you can, if you really are passionate and you really enjoyed what you wrote, other people will enjoy it too. That sort of stuff gets really infectious. So, I lost my tab here. Okay. So absolutely. Uh, Jack Ray, top 20 robots. Yeah. He's talking about this. Okay. This made Amazon's top 100 bestseller list for robot, android, and artificial intelligence novels. Okay. And it placed number 18 this week. So that's a huge deal. Again, we talked about this at the beginning. It's a huge deal because it's a subgenre that's been dominated by one article for by one author for decades, Martha Wells. She's the author of the Murderbot series. So to be able to sort of scratch that market with a book that's independently published, as opposed to her books, which are published by Tor, yeah, this is a big deal. To hit number 18 in that category is just, ooh, nice, sweet. So, Jack Ray, never heard of that series. Well, she's the top selling author in that subgenre, and has been for a long time. It's kind of like knocking Tolkien off his pedestal. Okay, it's kind of that kind of deal. Okay. 18 Ministries. Every time I reread my sci-fi series novel, I crack up laughing, thinking, "Man, I'm funny." I really enjoyed when I reread it. You should. You should if you really love what you have read, and it happens to be your own book. That's a good sign. That's a really good sign. I know there's authors out there that hate their writing, and I don't understand that. I mean, I can understand being so involved with the project you kind of get sick of it, but you should really enjoy the writing you just did, because it's a sign that what you've put your passion, and you've put your as much of you into that it comes out. It just oozes out. The cat SWE says, as a reader, I say it's well deserved. I'm enjoying reading the series. Well, thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Okay, we got one more super chat here from Baron Salvatore for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, what was God's relation to the people that predated Abraham? Yahweh's relation to the people that predated Abraham. For example, Gobekli Tepe. Given he wants to all to be saved, I imagine there was some communication. There does seem to be some communication. Do you want to just time out that guy? I don't think so. Maybe you do. Let me see if I can time him out. I can time him out. There we go. Yeah. So he's been timed out. He won't be back. Okay. God, Yahweh has seemed to have interacted with other people besides just Abraham. Okay? He interacted with Noah. He interacted with Enoch. He interacted with Hagar. He interacted with Balaam. So, Balaam doesn't predate Abraham, but, God doesn't seem to have been, say, exclusively down that posterity, or those ancestors, those Abrahamic ancestors exclusively. That doesn't seem to be the case. So, it's perfectly reasonable to think that there was some communication between Yahweh and, say, other peoples. But the question is, though, what do we have as, say, inerrant communication true origin scripture that we can rely upon. And for that, we have to then turn to the Hebrew scriptures, because that's what's going to give us the reliability of communication, not just that there was communication. So, very much I think that there was communication, but we don't have reliable records of that. Now, some civilizations would have that probably more than others. But, you know, that's a matter of you know, refinement and you know, trying to figure out the details of what's going on there. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But yes, I think there was pre-Abrahamic communication between Yahweh and various peoples. So, hope that helps. Okay. AD Ministries. He interacted with Adam and Cain. Yeah, he did. And Eve, too. Eve, too. Okay. So I think that's going to be our last question of the night. So with that said, we're going to call it at this point, because we've been through most of the non-super chats, and we've got all the super chats done, so I think we're going to wrap it up here. So anyway, I want to thank all our supporters who have supported us through super chats and our through PayPal donations. We really appreciate it, and thank you so much for your support of the channel. You guys do make this possible, and we really appreciate it. Gadfi, my question is, can we get unlimited questions? Hey, anything is possible. Could be. Could be. All right. I also want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube membership subscribers. You guys keep the lights on. You keep the equipment fixed. You buy us new coffee makers. Oh, it was a rough week. Rough week without a coffee maker. Okay, and finally, we also want to thank our regular channel subscribers who watch our channels, who hit that like and subscribe button, and who share our URLs with other social media platforms. You guys get the message out. With that said, thank you so much for joining us tonight, and we will see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.